trains of India. They are not just trains running on tracks. They are the spirit of Akhand Bharat. In each of them travels an India of Sardar Patel's dreams, bringing unity in diversity alive. Some journey to the serene beauty of Kashmir through Vaishno Devi. Some connect us to southern tip Kanyakumari. Take a trip to India's exciting desert through Ajmer Sharif. Take another through the mystique of the picturesque Northeast. Every train, every station is a picture of a mini India. Sharing food, or sharing a laugh and a song. People come closer. And playing the iconic card games that magically turn strangers into friends. The journey keeps on going, diminishing differences of religion and culture, bringing people together. And connecting India to create Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat every day. Indian Railways, the lifeline of the nation.
Namaste, everyone. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on wherever you are joining us right now. Welcome once again to another special session of the STAR 2021 Global Conference. This session is titled Higher Education Humanizing Approaches to Connect and Co-Created Blending Drama and Mindfulness Workshop as part of the larger conference on the theme of higher education for the greater good, leadership and institutional resilience. And we have with us as a guest speaker, Professor Charu Sharma, and as the moderator of the session, Professor Derek Lindquist, who is the Dean of our Jindal School of Psychology and Counseling. I would now like to call upon Professor Derek Lindquist to introduce Professor Charu Sharma, who is going to run this mindfulness workshop online. Over to you, Professor Lindquist.
Great. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here with everyone today. And I'm excited to introduce our speaker. We're going to be talking about mindfulness today. I think this is probably a topic that many people have heard of. It's certainly something that's in the zeitgeist right now, independent of psychology itself. Just briefly, Dr. Sharma will talk about this more, but mindfulness is really the state of being, if you will, of being able to kind of focus in on the present moment, both your sensations, your feelings, your thoughts, and be able to really do that without recourse to evaluation, interpretation, judgment. Is really kind of living in the moment. This has really been a fruitful approach, both in psychology and elsewhere. Of course, this goes back thousands of years as a prominent component of Buddhism. But since the 1970s, there's been an awful lot of work in psychology focused on the benefits of mindfulness. And I got to say, the results are compelling to suggest that it really can have a beneficial effect, both in terms of one's mental well-being, one's physical health, and even for some psychological disorders, including anxiety and depression. So it's an exciting venue, it's an exciting topic of conversation, and I'm sure this will be a really exciting session today. So with that, let me introduce our speaker. This is Professor Dr. Charu Sharma. She did her education at the University of Delhi, where she completed her PhD in drama and education with a focus specifically in psychology. And she's been teaching for 26 years, I believe it was. Most recently, she's currently doing a Fulbright visiting scholarship, or excuse me, she's a visiting faculty on a Fulbright at the University of Pennsylvania, where she's focused on social emotional learning. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Charu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Derek. Thanks for your kind words, and it's wonderful to be part of a session where you're moderating. So that's great, and thank you, Moshmi, and congratulations for this wonderful STAR 2021 conference running very successfully. So great. I welcome each one of you who's here today to spare some time out from your life and choosing to be here so we can be together in this session today. So I'm going to talk about humanizing approaches to connect and co-create, blending drama and mindfulness. So drama is something which I've been passionately working on since the last almost 30 years, integrating it into the curriculum, into the elementary schools, and really creating those spaces of trust and being non-judgmental, where children can just be themselves without getting labeled or judged about. So, and of course, it has different components, which I'm going to talk a little more deeply about. So let me just share my screen and begin this presentation. I'm sorry, it's taking a little more time, but let's go to this quote by Confucius, who said, I hear, I forget. I see, I remember. I do, I understand. I think most of us can relate to this. We're just sitting into the classrooms, being as passive members of the classroom, while there is a teacher who's talking. And on the other hand, if you really are engaged and participating, so what difference does it make? It made a lot of difference in my life as a child in school and thereafter. And I've seen that for many children I've worked with. So let's head together and be prepared to also get an experience and to do something together while we are here today. So this is something very beautiful which I picked up while I was doing my research by Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore. So he says, in our childhood, we imbibe our lessons with the aid of our whole body and mind, with all the senses fully active and eager. When we are sent to school, the doors of natural information are closed to us. Our eyes see the letters, our ears see the abstracted lessons, but our mind misses the perpetual stream of ideas which come from the heart of nature, because the teachers, in their wisdom, think that these being distractions, these bring distractions, that they have no great purpose behind them. So, how can we make our classrooms more engaging for children? So they are curious, they are inquisitive, they observe, they create, they co-create, and they're aware of everything within them and outside of them. So with this, I'll give a little introduction about the historical perspective of uh, the Indian schooling and why the work that I'm going to talk about is of relevance. So, as we all know, India had a very rich tradition of learning. Its contribution in the fields of literature, science, medicine, and art has a long past. And during ancient period, its system of education was flexible, interactive, and life-oriented. And it emphasized text as well as context. Indian history depicts that centers for knowledge were built in order to provide knowledge to mankind, like Nalanda and Takshila, which were world class renowned centers for learning and education. And India had a richer institutional base for education than Britain when the British came to India. And under the colonial rule, so India suffered a lot of setbacks, including mass illiteracy, Western style learning, and educational practices, which were really incompatible with the Indian culture. And we lost, the relationship between the teacher and the taught, and it was pretty much decontextualized. Um, so what really has been the educational structures about in the contemporary school learning? What I see is that it does not really adequately relate to life in a holistic manner, and it's decontextualized. It fosters rote memory. A lot of that has been there while I was in school when I was studying, and over the years, I don't see that a lot of shift has happened, and it's more about the teacher writing on the blackboard, and the students are just memorizing those things to score well, and it seems to be a burden for children. Um, while it also makes the child a passive partner in the education process, whereas the child needs to be an active participant in the process of learning. And it can lead to mental health concerns, and the goals and practices, they really do not serve creativity. So that's one big element, I would say, which is missing in the educational structures in society. So the teacher and the child, they both have to, it seems that they have lost the sense of joy in the classroom engagements. Teaching and learning, they have become a chore for a great number of teachers and children. And it's so frustrating at times for the teachers, when they have a lot of workload, they know that there's so much to do and they want to do the best, yet there's always so much that they can do. And that makes it really very kind of a chore for them also, that you have to complete the curriculum and you have to focus on certain things and you can't go beyond, a certain space that you've created in the classrooms. So, yeah. Now, this there is about creative drama. So what is creative drama? When I'm talking about the humanizing approaches, and one of the approaches that I'm going to talk about is creative drama. So what is it really? I'm going to read this definition, which says creative drama is an improvisational, non-exhibitional, process-centered form of drama in which the participants are guided by a leader to imagine, enact, and reflect upon human experiences. Now, some of the people that I meet or we talk about drama, they, at the first instance, they think drama is about theater, it's about performance, while it is not. So theater is a different form of art, which really has the prime focus on performance, while creative drama is a process where the participants, it could be children, it could be young adults, it could be teachers, who are being trained to use this as a process, where they really are in a group and they are co-creating, they are collaborating, they are evolving things together as a group. So let's know more about it. So what have been some of there's a lot of research now, which I've seen for the past so many years, which has been done in this field. And they all lead us to an understanding that drama, it helps to improve creativity. It builds motivation to learn and expressive behaviors in elementary school children. I'm really focusing on elementary school children, therefore I have that here, but it can be used at different stages. So drama, it enhances artistic sensitivity and develops self-awareness, and it integrates mental and physical activity in children. It also is a way, using drama is a way of teaching personal development, and it inevitably leads towards notions of healing. And it seems to be a humanistic approach, and it's concerned with the intellectual, personal, social, moral, spiritual, creative, and aesthetic development. And creative drama has a revolutionary scope for change in the entire process of learning as it transforms monotonous learning to experiential learning. And that is what the focus of my work has been. And just to also give a sense of, as a researcher, while I know that STAR is all about research and, about scholars who are wanting to research or they are already doing their research. So just a word of encouragement to anyone who might seem that to be important in their lives right now. When I worked in the area of drama, I was working as an actor teacher for 1 year at the National School of Drama. And that experience in itself was transformative for my own self. And I could also see that shift happen in children, in the teachers, in adults, whoever we were working with. And then came this idea of how does this happen? How is this transformation happening? How are children blossoming? And when that came to me, it was like an awakening about, okay, so I need to know more about it. And I had a very strong urge to research in this area. While it took me 2 years to find an advisor in Delhi University, and I was knocking doors, and people were so skeptical because it was so new, such a new area which was really not explored. And I remember going to the Department of Education, and I had written down on um, note sheets, about me, my work, what my intention is, and if you're interested, kindly contact me. And I slipped those notes in the lockers of all the professors, and two of them, they got back to me. So that's another part of the story. But what I'm trying to really say is that there will be roadblocks, there will be major setbacks in the process, but if you really know, if you really feel strongly for what you want to do, what you want to research, I think everything falls in place eventually. And my work, it turned out to be a pioneering research in India based on drama and education. So yes, just be there, hold on there, and things really fall in place. So what has been my intention as part of this entire process, this journey of drama and education, is that we can, by blending drama and mindfulness as classroom processes in the direction of making school learning more joyful and productive, and which could also contribute towards cognitive, social, and emotional development. And in brief, to really make it more holistic and humane for children. And creative drama, as I've spoken about earlier, is a transformational learning process from routine and mechanical to innovative and experiential. I think by now we all have a little bit of sense of this, but I'm going to share an inventory of creative drama. So, what really comes with it are some theater games to so that children are comfortable in the space and they can shed their inhibitions, and they can trust the space they are in. And there would be activities related to body movements, relaxation, sound and rhythm, voice and speech activities, things related to mime. So a lot of mime activities which are primarily non-verbal activities where there's silence, and then yet children can connect with each other and they can create things together. So that's really a beautiful process when they're engaged in nonverbal communication. And improvisations, of course, that's again, something which could be situational based, or they could create something on their own, but really, co-creating in a group. And creative writing, creative drawing, and painting. Now, what are the domains? So when I use drama, apart from these set of activities that we're using, there are different levels. I would say the themes on which the work is based. So to begin with, to know more about your own self, to explore yourself, right? And then about family, really getting into your ancestral roots. For example, just children would connect with their grandparents and try to understand where they're coming from, where are they originally from, what was their journey. And that also is, it's not just about the ancestral roots, it's also about the communication channels being open between them, and what kind of conversations they can have and develop. And then gradually moving on to the theme of school, to explore the different dynamics in the school, about the spaces, about what could be a favorite space of any child in a school, and uh, what the teaching learning process is all about. And gradually moving on to exploring more about the community and society, which can also eventually lead towards how can they be contributors towards a better community or the society. What would be an ideal society seem for them to be like, and how could they potentially work in that direction to create one? So I mean, it's a process. So this is just a very brief, an idea uh, to give about what I'm talking. And now, the other component of the humanizing approach is mindfulness. So it's about, as Professor Derek said, it's about being present in the moment. And yes, it's a practice which draws from both Buddhist and Indian traditions. And it's a practice of being focused in the present moment, observing thoughts, sensations, feelings, and aspects of self and surroundings. It's a focused awareness in the present moment, I would say. And it's really a practice. You can't really be mindful today and not, be mindful like for a month or two. So it's like how you develop that muscle of mindfulness. And it improves our ability, mindfulness improves our ability to be focused and discerning, and it supports emotional regulation and enhances self awareness and self compassion. And what does it look like in the educational system? So, mindfulness in education research suggests that the practice may improve focus, attention, awareness, self regulation, executive function, learning, resilience, self compassion, empathy, and communication skills. So it's not just, during these times that we are all going through in the last 2 years that we want to be more resilient. It's something which is like a life skill, and it's always there. You can always get back into that space to be mindful, to be present, to develop self-compassion and to be empathetic. So these are the things that can lead towards a better grounded personality, I would say, where children are equipped to sort of be more balanced and regulated, and they lead a life which is more meaningful. So we're going to do some activities, as I promised, and see, how does it feel in that space of experiencing things, of being together in a space. So I'm going to start the screen share option right now. And if we can see everyone around here as we do a little activity, just to get back into that space of, joy, of curiosity, of, experiencing something rather than just sitting there. I mean, in the conference, yes, we have to sit there, be focused. So are we being aware? Are we being present? So all those skills are really required, right? So can I invite all of us here to please show up on your screens, if that's comfortable? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So lovely to see such beautiful faces around. Thank you. All right. So, you know what? It's a fun thing. So don't be skeptical. Oh, what are we going to do? No, you're not going to do anything. You're just going to, speak up your name and just, have a little joy in this session. All right. So I see about 5 of us, right? Do the others, they want they prefer to be not using their videos, not or they want to, you're most welcome. And I am so appreciative that you all are here.
Probably, I think the others who have logged in, probably they're not in a position to turn on their video. This is from my experience, Charu. Oh, yes, yes, I can see one of them. Another person has turned on because we know most people are joining from home, right? And we often don't have spaces of our own, only, private spaces just for ourselves at home.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Moshmi, for letting me know and to make me really aware of that. Thank you. So what we're going to do is as an introduction, we normally just say our names. So let's speak up our name with a gesture, and all of us who are here, so I see 8 people. So when we say our name and we do a gesture, it might not have anything to do with your name, but it's just a gesture of, how you're feeling or whatever you want to do right now at this moment. And then the rest of us are going to observe that, and then we imitate that. We do the exact thing. So really being there, you can't miss it, right? All right, so I hope I'm clear. Are there any questions? It's very simple. So I do Charu, and you all repeat that.
Charu.
Charu.
Thank you. And who goes next? Vaishali?
Vaishali.
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 So Vaishali, you can choose the next person.
Professor Derek.
Okay.
Derek.
Moshumi. That's monsoon rain pouring for you.
Wonderful. So Moshmi, can you choose the next person to go?
Prerna.
I didn't see anything. Maybe it was just my end.
Where is the gesture? Where is the physical gesture?
Okay.
Not visible? Oh, yeah. I'm actually logging to my phone.
Thanks,
Probably this
Prerna.
would have been better, inspiration, Prerna.
Inspiration.
So Prerna, can you choose the next person, please?
Raju.
Thank you, Raju. So Raju, you choose the next one.
Shashi Sharma. Ma'am, you're on mute.
She can't unmute. Probably she's sitting far away from the camera, but we could see her gesture, I guess.
Now she has unmuted.
I'm Shashi.
I'm Shashi.
And Shashi, can you choose another person?
Prerna Sharma. She's done.
Okay, I think
Mr. Dinesh.
Okay.
Oh.
Dinesh.
You're on mute.
I think that's about it, right? Everyone who's on the video.
We have Nimit, Sharma, Tatiana, ma'am.
But their videos are off. We can't see their gestures.
Right.
Okay, so just a bit of reflection on this. So what was it?
I think, ma'am, because I'm practicing mindfulness in the last 8 years. So what I could figure out from this is, being in the present moment, not thinking about anything about the past or the future, and enjoying what we are actually doing right now. Not
Thank
bothering about what people are going to think about it. We're just
Literally,
enjoying it.
literally like child's play, just one child imitating the other.
Exactly, yeah. So this actually is a part of drama workshop, right? One of those activities which is like an ice breaking activity. It's kind of opening up the group. However, it has a mindfulness component to it. So I'm sorry. So yes, eh, thanks Vishali for that input, and Moshmi. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wanted to talk about it? So it's about sharing your name, and it's about gesture. It's about being present. It's about observing. It's about imitating. So all of those skills with memory, with observation, awareness, right? So all that together. Thank you. I'm sorry, did somebody say anything?
I think we all can mute ourselves so that Professor Sharu can speak properly.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is just, the essence of this little activity. Now, let's gear up to number game. Now, this is exciting as well. So I'm going to assign one action or activity with a number, and we have to follow that. Okay. So with number one, we can clap on number one. Number two, we can just shake our hands. Number three, smile at each other. Number four, we can hold hands. We're not holding hands in person, but just a way to feel connected with this group. And number five, we can make a funny face. And number six, we freeze. So were you all present to remember that? Or do you want me to repeat? Or do you just want to just experience it and see where you falter and, pick it up? So I'll ask you, number one, what was it on number one?
Clap.
Yes, great. Number two?
Shake your hands.
Yes, three?
Smile at each other.
Great. Four? Holding hands. And five was making a face, a funny face. And six was freeze. All right,
Right.
all set? All right, so let's just get into this mode of number two. Number six, freeze. Number one,
Clap.
number five, number two,
Shake.
number three,
Smile.
number four,
Make funny faces. No grab.
number one,
Clap.
number six, number one,
Clap.
number six, number five, number two.
Shake.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so before we get into a talking phase, I'm going to let you into this mindfulness space and then we'll reflect on this. So I would really invite you all with this bubbling energy to just get into a comfortable position, into a space wherever you're sitting. Get into a posture which is comfortable. If you can, place your feet firmly on the ground. And if you feel any kind of stress in your neck, your shoulders, or any part of the body, you can just stretch yourself and sit straight with your spine elongated. And if you can close your eyes or you can lower your gaze. And with the sound of a soft bell, we'll begin to meditate. I invite you all to just get aware of your breath as it comes close to your nostrils, into your nose, as it enters in the body, just getting aware of the route that it's taking as it comes to the belly. Feel the expansion of the belly. And the contraction of the belly as the breath moves upwards and out from the nose. Get aware of one more inhalation through the nose. Feel the breath as it flows down. And just getting aware of any sensations in the body. Just getting aware of the rising of the belly and the falling of the belly as the breath moves swiftly outside through the nose. Take one more mindful breath. Just follow the breath, moving in the direction of the belly. Again, just being aware of any sensation, being aware of the expansion of the belly and the contraction of the belly as the breath moves up and out. Just be in this space. If any thoughts come, just let them be. In this awareness, be also aware of another bell to let you back, where you can gradually open your eyes And here we are, back again. Just in one word, how do you feel right now?
Peaceful.
Thank you, Vaishali.
Relaxed.
Thanks, Shashi. And what do you think of the number game while we were doing that and leading into this space of silence? What was that game for you? What did that bring up for you?
For me, it actually brought about the excitement that we used to have as a kid.
Yeah, thanks, Vishali. Yes, and everybody seemed to be lost. Like, what do you have to do at which number? And I could hear the prompts from Shashi. So she was saying, she remembered it. So she was saying and helping the group. So that was great. But yeah, so uh, is there anything else that you wanted to share, any one of you, or I could go ahead?
Well, I am curious. It was almost a memory game, of course. And so I was constantly trying to remember back to the instructions, which took me out of the moment, if you will. So I'm trying to understand, how does that game promote living in the moment?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it is about memory, right? It is about recall. And then once you have that, right, once you're able to remember that, then you are in that moment while using it, uh, drawing on your memory and then being in the moment and present. Because you can't afford not to remember and be there. And if you don't, then you miss it, right? If I would be in my own thoughts and thinking about something else, so of course I'm not listening, I'm not being present, I'm not responding to what's going on. So does that answer your question, Professor Derek?
It does. So you're in the moment until the next number comes. And then at least I was scrambling again to try to remember what I'm supposed to do next.
Yes, I could see that with most of us, it was about how do we remember that and move ahead. Okay, so I'm going to get back to one of the slides which talks about, so what are these humanizing approaches and how are they really helping children in that space? So these are transformative. Of course, it doesn't happen, in one session or one class, but it is a process which can lead towards, self-inquiry about, it heals because children are able to deal with their own emotions in a very safe space. As I said, it's a space where you can trust and you can be and you without being judged or labeled. So that really helps them towards healing and drawing on their own emotions and their own traumas at times. Being in a different character, for example, it's so powerful because they still are sort of expressing their own feelings, their own life journeys, and yet in a space where they can afford to be a different character. And so these approaches, they help to co-create and connect with each other and encourage inquisitiveness. And they help realize the inbuilt talent and encourages creativity. And of course, the communication skills are enhanced in the process. And it also develops the ability to work as a team and improves social skills and leads towards empathy and compassion towards your own self and for others. And it provides a space for conflict resolution. Also, it encourages acceptance and tolerance and nurtures holistic development. Now, yeah, I mean, I can talk in detail about these things, but I know that not enough time for more details. But I'm going to just, come perhaps to the end of it and want to invite all the participants here for a moment of self-reflection on what was this experience in the last almost an hour, and what do you really want to take with you, and what would it be that you would like to just leave here in this virtual space. Just a moment to be in that awareness. As we come to the last bit of gratitude towards each one of you who's been present in this session, in this breakout space, and who's joined virtually through different modes. So I'm really very appreciative of your time that you've been here. And just as part of MBSR, mindfulness-based stress reduction, what I learned is a little prayer that we do. And I would invite all of us to do that for ourselves and for everyone else who's here with us and their families. So I'll just speak it out loud and you can just be there with me. May I be peaceful and happy. May I be safe and protected. May I be as healthy and as strong as I can be. May I live with ease and with kindness. And may we all send that prayer to everyone who's here, who's joined us together in this space. May you be peaceful and happy. And may you be safe and protected. May you be as healthy and strong as you can be. May you live with ease and with kindness. So as we send this message to everyone, remember that it's also coming back to each one of us. So with those words, namaste, thank you for this session, to provide this space to me so I could co-create and we could connect in this moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charu. Professor Lindquist, do you want to make some comments or say something?
You. It was a wonderful session. So thank you, Professor Shara. I think the outset, the overarching goal, which is to really make education more, I believe your term was holistic and humane. but it's not so regimented, not so rote, not so sort of step-by-step process. It really sort of builds on that intuitive, that holistic, that gestalt, which I think is a wonderful aim, both at the educational level, the elementary level, which I know is your focus, but I think the same could apply to middle school, high school, and of course the university level as well. And so as someone who has had a peripheral interest in mindfulness, who has tried it a few times over the years and never very successfully, I will say I've enjoyed it. You've actually kind of struck up a new interest in me. I think it might be something I need to look into again. But anyway, it was a wonderful session. So thank you for your time and taking the opportunity to address us all today.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Eric.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lindquist, for your comments. I can't tell you how relaxed I was feeling. I was almost, after this 3-day marathon conferencing, I was feeling so relaxed. I almost felt like I was falling into deep sleep. I could fall into deep sleep now, but I can't till the valedictory session. Your session should have been the last one. I think it would have put me into deep sleep.
I was thinking that's well placed, towards the latter half of the conference. So that way it was good that, you could really relax your, get the stress out of your body and mind and feel more relaxed. But yeah, thank you, Professor Moshmi, for your kind words.
Anybody else would like to share anything to Professor Charu Sharma before she leaves?
Yes, ma'am. The meditation we actually did about observing the breath, I could actually feel, because I have been also practicing this mindfulness since last 8 years. I have already said it before. So, our emotions are actually connected to our breath. So I could feel that when we were actually doing that breath technique that you made us do.
Thank you, Vishali. Yes, everything is connected to the breath. It's actually nice. I mean, if you can create those spaces in the classrooms where children can really experience that, just being silent, just being aware, and when they, just being aware also of their senses. So how much can we draw from our senses? Just going for a little walk and looking at the trees and the sky and the clouds and the birds chirping, and how the branches of the leaves, they kind of rattle when the air is blowing, and just developing that little muscle of mindfulness, right? To just being aware, even when you're walking, just the steps that we take, and what are the gaps between each of the steps that we take, and what are the silences, between the thoughts and the breath. Just being there in that space of stillness and silence, I think that's really powerful. If it can be taught at an early age, so children can use it for their entire lives as they grow up.
The tiny things that we are actually missing in this busy world today.
Yeah, it's busy, yes, but then, we have to take out time for ourselves to enjoy nature and get connected with nature, right? Because those are our roots.
I think Prerna is now in the middle of our evening walk, maybe. Though the background is hazy, but I can see some greenery in the background.
Yes, ma'am.
So she is actually in the middle of the nature while joining in your workshop.
Thanks for that commitment. I really appreciate that, Prerna. And yeah, lovely to have you in the session while you're also doing what you need to do and then being a part of this session. Thank you so much of gratitude really for each one who's here. Thank you.
Thank you, Charuji. Thank you very much. I'm Dinesh Sharma. I am really, glad that you are onto this, I will say, new concept. In India, this is not contemporary, so it is still revolutionary. But I think this is what the new generation requires, because this will improve their concentration. They can focus on new things to learn rather than be on the rote learning system, as you said. Make them more energetic, probably will contribute to their all-round development and growth, so that our next generation becomes more competitive and strikes out in the world and earns more name than what they are earning today. So it's really wonderful to see this new humane approach, as you said. We are from the older generation. We've gone through different schooling and college systems, but I think this is the order of the day, and I really salute your commitment. And that is also the first sign which I had said when you said your name. I had given the salute. So I again salute you for being very innovative and bringing this into our elementary education system. Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Dinesh ji, for your kind words. Thank you. And I'm glad that it did sort of resonate with some of you. So that's what the intention was. I'm so grateful that it did. Thank you.
We are at the end of the session now. Thank you all for joining. First of all, thanks to the Dean of our new Jindal School of Counseling and Psychology, Professor Derek Lenquist, for his time to chair this session and introduce our guest speaker today. And thanks to our guest speaker, Professor Charu Sharma, who joined us today early in the morning, 5 a.m. from Pennsylvania, where she is as a visiting Fulbright faculty. And Professor Sharma, we look forward to welcome you to our campus sometime next year when you're back from the US. Please do come and visit us. And thank you all for joining this session. We are bringing this session to a close now. I hope all of you learned something from this session that you can take back to whatever work that you do and your daily life. This is going to be something that is going to stay with you. Thank you.
Namaste. Greetings from India. I, Nisha Nair, Assistant Professor and Assistant Dean, Jindal Global Law School, on behalf of the host, the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building, OP Jindal Global University, extend a warm welcome to all of you to the day 3 of the cultural performances being organized as a part of the ongoing Society of Transnational Academic Researchers 2021 Global Conference on the theme of Higher Education for the Greater Good, Leadership and Institutional Resilience. The performances of the past 2 days saw the cultural theme of the conference, Embrace India, where the East meets the West, taking shape and form through the multiple performances ranging from Indian classical dance form, Kathak and Bharatanatyam, Indian classical and folk music, instrumental jugalbandi on guitar and mridangam, to musical theatrical performances, the Shakespearean Navarasa. Today, on this final day of the cultural and musical journey, staying true to the overarching cultural theme, we will culminate the gala with a medley of um, musicians and dancers coming together in to perform instrumental music. Uh, we would also have on this final day the cultural and musical journey, wherein we would see Hindi, Punjabi, and English songs being put together by artist and musician Mr. Gautam Chandrasekhar, known to everyone professionally as DJ Tesla. His music consists of a wide range of musical genre such as retro, rock, old school, salsa, hip hop, progressive and German underground techno, Chicago house, hard rock, Bollywood, pop, commercial house, and deep and tech house, among others. The second performance of the day is Atilana, the joy of music, which will bring together world renowned musician and Grammy Award winning guitarist Dr. Prakash Sontake on a jugalbandi with Mr. Dilip R., IPS and Deputy Inspector General of Police, Crime Investigation Department, Bangalore, who is currently pursuing Doctor of Philosophy from Jindal Global Business School, OP Jindal Global University. Mr. Dilip R. would be playing the mridangam. In this special instrumental jugalbandi, the duo shall be joined by artist Miss Ramya Krishna, classical Indian dancer and teacher, who would be performing Bharatanatyam. The final performance of the day is composed by none other than Professor Dr. Keith Wright, a flutist, and the star cultural director himself, with excerpts from the musical theatrical performance titled The Tales of Morpheus' Destiny. The Tales of Morpheus' Destiny is a movement composition depicting the realm of Morpheus's life force. This story serves as a prequel of Morpheus realizing his destiny. This work will call on 7 areas of consciousness: dream, desire, destruction, despair, delirium, destiny, and death. In this work, we shall witness the depiction of the philosophy of realms, which believes that there are 2 worlds: our world, which is the real world, and the other world, the illusionary. Worlds like these are based on human perception. Reality or lack thereof is of no consequence. In this performance, the Isha Upanishad verses 6 to 8 serves as the transformative world of cosmic vibration for spiritual change. The sounds represent a matrix fabric of pan Asian sounds from Indian ragas, tablas, sitar, Tibetan chants, Nepalese singing bowls, Japanese in and yo scales, ma, shakuhachi, and taiko. We hope you enjoy the performances. Thank you.
या तो बर्बाद कर दो, या तो बर्बाद कर दो, या फिर आबाद कर दो, या तो बर्बाद कर दो, या फिर आबाद कर दो। वो गलत था ये सही है, झूठ ये आज कह लो, इतना एहसान कर दो। सा ये जहर मैं तो पीता रहूंगा, तो खुदा न सही मैं तो सजदे करूंगा। तुम जो चीज ना हुए क्या हमको पता कर लो, मेरी सांसों से जुड़ी है मेरी हर सांस, कह लो मुश्किल कर दो, या तो बर्बाद कर दो, या फिर आबाद कर दो, या तो बर्बाद कर दो। मिर्ची मिर्ची नजर तिरछी, शक्ल फिरनी, हरकतें फिल्मी, गर्ल डू यू फील मी? तेरा भी तो हाल है, हर गली में स्टार है, पूरा बवाल है, शक्ल पे स्टार है, दिल में से प्यार है। कॉल 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 जरा कॉल वो लाइन पे, ओ माय गॉड इस गर्मी में वही तो जिम्मेदार। वो बंगाली गुजराती मिक्स है, रिक्शा में निकली पर लेना तो रिस्क है। मिर्ची तीखी 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 मामला है रिस्की, चांद का टुकड़ा है चेहरा पर बंद रखती प्यार की खिड़की। ओ मेरी मिर्ची रुको ना मिस यू मिस, तुमको मिस बनाना है, तुम सिर्फ बैठ के ध्यान दो, मुझे किचन में डिशेस बनाना है। नदी में बहुत से फिशेस है, तुम फिश नहीं तो फिशिंग नहीं जाना है। प्यार के मिशन पे आया था, हार या जीत ये लड़का दीवाना है। चलना तू बॉम्बे, अम्मा से मिलाना है, हाथ से खिलाना है। चलना तू बॉम्बे और खाना बना के फिर चालो ना अपना। मिर्ची 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 नजर तिरछी, शक्ल फिरनी, हरकतें फिल्मी, गर्ल डू यू फील मी? तो हाल है, हर गली में स्टार है, पूरा बवाल है, शक्ल पे स्टार है, प्यार है। कॉल 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 मिर्ची कभी काली रतियां, कभी दिन सुहाने, किस्मत की बातें तो किस्मत ही जाने। ओ बेटा जी, अरे ओ बाबूजी, किस्मत की हवा कभी नरम
कभी गरम कभी नरम नरम, कभी गरम गरम कभी नरम गरम नरम गरम। ओ बेटा जी 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 जी, ओ बेटा जी, अरे ओ बाबू जी, किस्मत की हवा कभी नरम कभी गरम, कभी नरम नरम कभी गरम गरम कभी नरम गरम नरम गरम। ओ बेटा जी 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 ओ बेटा जी। बेटा जी
లేదు కానీ అమ్మో ఎవరిది కమ్ము అతుకున్నదంటే పోదులమ్ము అందరన్న మాటే గాని మళ్ళీ అంటున్నానే అమ్ము ఇది చెప్పుతుంటావు చెత్తమ్మో ప్రేమ నా పని ఉన్నను నమ్మో నన్ను చేరదీస్తే
Put your hand in the air.
चुराना मेरा जिया रिया, चुराना मेरा सिया रिया, चुराना मेरा सिया रिया, चुराना मेरा सिया। पागल मुझे किया दुनिया से पागल मुझे किया दुनिया सुराना मेरा सिया दुनिया सुराना मेरा सिया
दूध उबालोगे तो झाग लगेगी और जो सावन में ऐसे नाचोगी तो आग लगेगी आग लगेगी आग लगेगी।
हाय पटाखा में बम का धमाका में नजरें करारी मेरे दिल पे डालो टाका में
ओए होए 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 होए
100 आगे 200 पीछे छुप छुप के फोटो खींचे देखो जो मैं पलट इन पे बिजली गिर जाए रे सोशल मीडिया पे चर्चे बड़े हैं बच्चे क्या बूढ़े मेरे पीछे पड़े
हो सावन में लग गई आग दिल मेरा सावन में लग गई आग दिल मेरा ओ सुनग सीना पागल दीवानी सुनग सीना पागल दीवानी आज न सोया सारी आज न सोया सारी आज न सोया सारी रात दिल मेरा सावन में लग गई आग दिल मेरा
तुझको देखा जबड़ा मेरा फ्लोर पर जा गया दिल्ली में तूने ठुमका लगाया सेक हो गया आगरा मुझसे जो तू मिलने आई कॉलोनी में बात फैल गई लाल ड्रेस जो डाल के निकली गुड़गांव तक आग फैल गई एक भी लौंडा छोड़ने की तूने कसम सिखा रखी है लड़कों की लाइफ में पूरी पकड़ बना रखी है टिकटॉक पे दुनिया तूने पीछे लगा रखी है कसर न छोटी तूने कोई कसर मचा रखी है कसर मचा रखी है
काल मृत्यु मत काम करता जो चंडाल का काल उसका क्या बिगाड़े भक्त जो महाकाल का काल मृत्यु मत काम करता जो चंडाल का काल उसका क्या बिगाड़े भक्त जो महाकाल का काल मृत्यु मत काम करता जो चंडाल का काल उसका क्या बिगाड़े भक्त जो महाकाल का काल मृत्यु मत काम करता जो चंडाल का काल उसका क्या बिगाड़े भक्त जो महाकाल का
You got what I want, it's Sony, Mithi galan karke tu na ja goriye. Hey, I think about it every day. Baby looking like Khana Khazana on a plate. Hey, like mithai, like kulfi, rasmalai, pista barfi. Sardiyan vich garmi lagdi, jad vi tu mere raah vichon chaldi.
Bonafide, stallion. You need no stable, no, you stay on the run. Ain't on the side, you're number one. Yeah, every time I come around, you get it done. If you love the way you split it, 100 racks on me, spin it, babe. Light a match, get lit, babe. The jet set, watch the sunset, kinda. Yeah, yeah. Rolling eyes back in my head, make my toes curl, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you got that. Yeah, you got that yummy, 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 yummy. Yeah, you got that yummy, 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 yummy. Come on, wait, yeah, babe, yeah, babe, yeah, babe. Come on, wait, yeah, babe, yeah, babe, yeah, babe. In the morning or late. Come on, wait, standing up, keep me on the rise. Lost control of myself, I'm compromised. You're incriminating, no disguise. And you ain't never running low on supplies. If you love the way you split it, 100 racks, I'm spinning, babe. Light a match, get lit, babe. Jet set, watch the sunset, come. Yeah, yeah. Rolling eyes back in my head, make my toes curl, yeah, yeah.
Hey, baby, let me see it. I just wanna eat it. Baby, let me see it. No, I really need it. Oh, baby, let me see it. I just wanna eat it.
फिर जट दा प्यार गोरीए देख बॉलीवुड विच जिन्ने खान ने ओदा विच बैठा सरदार गोरीए गभरू तां वैरी ना भी मिठा बोलदा नी तू तां फिर जट दा प्यार गोरीए तेरा रखा मैं रब रखा यार दा रब जी दा नाम उत्ते सार गोरीए गभरू तां वैरी नूं मिठा बोलदा नी तू तां फिर जट दा प्यार गोरीए रोली गुੱਟ बैठे बड़ा यारी पग देखदी देख कार नाल गभरू चों अग देखदी मिठा जट कौड़े नी देवा हथ मार गोरीए गभरू तां वैरी ना भी मिठा बोलदा तू तां फिर जट दा प्यार गोरीए गल विच पाया 40 लाख बोलदा डॉलर च 80,000 गोरीए गभरू तां वैरी ना भी मिठा बोलदा तू तां फिर जट दा प्यार गोरीए बड़ी लंबी सक्सेस दी स्टोरी नी कुड़े बन के तां देख केरा कौर सिंह दी नी देख मोम दे स्टैचू च भी टौर सिंह दी अगे दा पता नी जट नूं गंगा चली जांदा सो खार गोरीए गभरू तां वैरी ना भी मिठा बोलदा नी तू तां फिर जट दा प्यार गोरीए ओले लौंग रेस वाले घोड़े सुन लै जिन्हां उत्ते असीं आ सवार गोरीए गभरू तां वैरी ना भी मिठा बोलदा नी तू तां फिर जट दा प्यार गोरीए ਦਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਗੋਰੀਏ
We the best music. Another one, yeah. DJ Khaled. Calling my phone, I'm locked up now. From the plane to the helicopter. Cops pulling up, I'm giving drugs out. Nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Calling my phone, I'm locked up now. From the plane to the helicopter. Cops pulling up, I'm giving drugs out. Nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Hey, shorty with the long text, I don't talk to me. Shorty with the long legs, she don't walk to me. Yeah, last year I kicked it on the top. Hey, 2020 I came to get up. Yeah, I want a long life, a legendary one. I want a quick death and an easy one. I want a pretty girl and an honest one. I want this drink and another one. And I'm troublesome. I'm a pop star, pretty ain't bubblegum. You would probably think my manager is Scooter-Con, but my manager was 20 and put them Buddha-Con. Hey, look, Ariana, Selena, my visa. It can take as many charges as it needs to, my girl. And I'm just like all of my releases, my girl. Come for me, I tear them all to pieces, my girl. I'ma show your sexy what relief is, my girl. Please don't take no just that how you peeking. And I'm not driving nothing that I gotta stick the keys in. Wonder how I got this way, I swear I got the calling my phone, I'm locked up now. From the plane to the helicopter. Cops pulling up, I'm giving drugs out. Nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Calling my phone, I'm locked up now. From the plane to the helicopter. Cops pulling up, I'm giving drugs out. Nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Watch her, she rep a whole different block, so I dropped her. Busy at the crib, cooking salmon with the lobster. We talking joints, it's just me and David Foster. Body thoughts don't look like Kevin Costner, you tweaking. Pulled up to Whitney Houston, Texas for the evening. They tell the same story so much, you start to believe it. It wasn't start like really was cool, but we even. Man, how the 2468, I just fed the so they appreciate. Round in my hand and I'm really playing keep awake. Don't even usually get this without a bigger face. Nah, piece of cake. Nah, Turks and cake. Wanna get your friends, we can sneak away. Yeah, I keep it like I keep the faith. The high, this way, so I got the calling my phone, I'm locked up now. From the plane to the helicopter. Cops pulling up, I'm giving drugs out. Nah, I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Calling my phone, I'm locked up now. From the plane to the helicopter. Cops pulling up, I'm giving drugs out. Nah, I'm a pop star, not a doctor.
ਸਾਡੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ ਪਛਾਣ ਬਦਲੋ ਸਰਕਲ ਛੋੜਾ ਗੱਲ ਬਾਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਐ ਇੱਕ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ 7 ਜ਼ੀਰੋਆਂ ਐਡੇ ਬੋਲੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਜੱਟ ਕੋਲ ਗੱਡੀ ਐ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਵਾਲਾ ਨਾਮ ਦਿਲਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਖਾਸਾ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਲੱਗ ਜੂ ਮਟਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਪੂਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਸੋਚੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਜੱਟ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਸ ਛਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਪੂਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਸੋਚੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਜੱਟ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਸ ਛਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਬ ਕਦੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਜਜ਼ਬਾਤੀ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਹਾਰ ਜਾਈਦਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਕਰਕੇ ਚਲਾਕੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਜਜ਼ਬਾਤੀ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਹਾਰ ਜਾਈਦਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਕਰਕੇ ਚਲਾਕੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਮਸ਼ੂਕ ਤਾਂ ਮਰਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਲੇ ਫਿਰਦੇ ਆ ਜੱਗ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਲਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਪੂਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਸੋਚੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਜੱਟ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਸ ਖਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਪੂਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਸੋਚੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਜੱਟ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਸ ਖਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਤੁਰਨ ਵਾਲੀਏ ਤਾਕੀ ਸੁਣਨ ਵਾਲੀਏ ਏਡਾ ਤੱਕੇ ਕਾਸ ਤੋਂ ਨੀ ਬੱਸ ਚ ਪੈਸਲ ਰੱਖੇ ਕਾਸ ਤੋਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਇਆ ਸਾਡਾ ਦਿਲ ਬਦਲੋ ਚੱਲ ਦੋਏ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਚੱਲ ਬਦਲੋ ਉਹ ਵਿਗੜੇ ਵੇ ਜੱਟ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਨੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਪੂਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਸੋਚੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਜੱਟ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਸ ਛਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਪੂਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਸੋਚੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਜੱਟ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਸ ਛਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕੰਮ ਲੋਟ ਜੱਟੀਏ ਆਏ ਸਾਲ ਡੀਜਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਜੱਟ ਗੱਜਦਾ ਬਾਕੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਫਰਕ ਬੜਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਲਫੇੜੇ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਗੀਤ ਵੱਜਦਾ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਸ ਬਾਕੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬੜਾ ਜੱਟੀਏ ਕਰਕੇ ਲਫੇੜੇ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਗੀਤ ਵੱਜਦਾ ਦੀਵਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੰਮ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਰੱਖੇ ਭਾਂਬੜ ਮੈਂ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਮਚਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਪੂਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੋਚੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਜੱਟ ਮੇਰਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਸ ਛਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਪੂਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੋਚੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਜੱਟ ਮੇਰਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਸ ਛਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਜੱਜ ਦਾ ਕਾਲਾ ਕਾਲਾ ਸੂਟ ਜੱਟੀਏ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਹਿਣੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਦੇ ਕਦੇ ਪਾ ਲਿਆ ਕਰ ਚੱਕਵੇਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਗੀਤ ਮਾਨਦੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਚੋਰੀ ਚੋਰੀ ਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਕਰ ਚੱਕਵੇਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਗੀਤ ਮਾਨਦੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਚੋਰੀ ਚੋਰੀ ਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਕਰ ਤੇਰੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਘੈਂਟ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਾਲੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਜੱਟ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਆਹੁਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਪੂਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਸੋਚੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਜੱਟ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਸ ਛਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਪੂਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਸੋਚੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਜੱਟ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਸ ਛਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ
ਤੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਕੇਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਪੇਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਕੇਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਪੇਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਆਉਣੀ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਮਿਲਾਉਣੀ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਆਉਣੀ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਮਿਲਾਉਣੀ ਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਤੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਕੇਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਪੇਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਕੇਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ
Let's go.
तेरी हर बात को मैं सीरियस लेती हूँ तू करता है मुझे इग्नोर वे सच्ची सच्ची दस डू यू लव मी आई नो या तेरे दिल विच कोई होर वे तेरा कैसे लगता जी हाय वे तेरे दिल विच की तेरा कैसे लगता जी हाय वे तेरे दिल विच की साडे नाल तू शेयर नहीं करदा तू तां साडी केयर नहीं करदा टाइम स्पेयर नहीं करदा तू तां साडी केयर नहीं करदा मिस तुझे करती हूँ व्हाट्सएप करती हूँ हर बारी करे अनसीन तू कभी डैड नाउ बिजी कभी यार नाल बिजी बातें करता है थोड़ी थोड़ी मीन तू शरेआम करदा क्यों नहीं मैनू हाँ सबके सामने पड़ मेरी बाँ तू शरेआम करदा क्यों नहीं मैनू हाँ सबके सामने तू पड़ मेरी बाँ एनी में तू डेर नहीं करदा तू तां साडी केयर नहीं करदा टाइम स्पेयर नहीं करदा तू तां साडी केयर नहीं करदा मैं ही तेरे पिछे पिछे आनी आ मैं ही तेनू फोन मिलानी आ मैं ही तेरे पिछे पिछे आनी आ मैं ही तेनू फोन मिलानी आ साडे ते तू मेरे नहीं करदा तू तां साडी केयर नहीं करदा टाइम स्पेयर नहीं करदा तू तां साडी केयर नहीं करदा
Let's go.
हॉट तेरे मैनर नी छप ते तेरे बैनर नी हॉट तेरे मैनर नी छप ते तेरे बैनर नी फैशन तू करदी जिवें काइली चैनर नी मुंडा थकदा नहीं कर करके मुंडा थकदा नहीं कर करके तेरी तारीफां जिक्र दा दिला तू तैनू बुर्ज खलीफा तैनू बुर्ज खलीफा ओ तैनू बुर्ज खलीफा तैनू बुर्ज खलीफा ओ तैनू बुर्ज खलीफा तैनू बुर्ज खलीफा ओ तैनू बुर्ज खलीफा तैनू बुर्ज खलीफा
छप दे मेरे बैनर नी ओ ये हॉट मेरे बैनर नी छप दे मेरे बैनर नी लोग तो जेलस कर दिए काइली जेनर नी मेरे हुस्न दे मेरे हुस्न दे चर्चे चर्चे लंदन तो अमेरिका मुंडिया दिला दे मैनू बुर्ज खलीफा मैनू बुर्ज खलीफा ओ मैनू बुर्ज खलीफा मैनू बुर्ज खलीफा ओ मैनू बुर्ज खलीफा मैनू बुर्ज खलीफा ओ मैनू बुर्ज खलीफा मैनू
انت جميلة انت جميلة
ਉਹ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਵੇਖ ਕੇ ਚੜ ਗਏ ਇਸ਼ਕੇ ਤੂੰ ਡਾਇਮੰਡ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਲਿਸ਼ਕੇ ਉਹ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਵੇਖ ਕੇ ਚੜ ਗਏ ਇਸ਼ਕੇ ਤੂੰ ਡਾਇਮੰਡ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਲਿਸ਼ਕੇ ਨਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਸਿਫਤਾਂ ਤਾਜ ਮਹਿਲ ਚ ਨੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਫੋਲੋ ਕਰਦੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਫੋਲੋ ਕਰਦੇ ਛੱਡ ਗਏ ਸੋ ਕਰ ਫੀਫਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਦਾ ਦਿਲਾ ਤੂੰ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਬੁਰਜ ਖਲੀਫਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਬੁਰਜ ਖਲੀਫਾ ਉਹ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਬੁਰਜ ਖਲੀਫਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਬੁਰਜ ਖਲੀਫਾ ਉਹ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਬੁਰਜ ਖਲੀਫਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਬੁਰਜ ਖਲੀਫਾ ਉਹ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਬੁਰਜ ਖਲੀਫਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਬੁਰਜ ਖਲੀਫਾ
We back. Chuck Runner. Divine. Sunday in the competition.
The next song being presented is a Tillana, which we composed specifically for this occasion. And when we say Tillana, it's basically a collection of very powerful sorts of syllables, with different. The basic purpose of these syllables is to create an intense rhythmic passage. Sometimes it's done with tom, tarikida, dim, dum, tarikida. But when you play it on the instrument, it takes a different dimension because it could be interpreted as anything. So if I can think it is tirikita, somebody else could think about anything else, I will say tirikita, but it could be something else for the listener. So you're free to interpret it the way you want, but the whole idea about this particular Tillana is, you should see the, it's you can say that it's akin to horses galloping, it's something happening in a very swift and a very, it's about bringing a kind of a pulse and a kind of a joy in, which we all feel as when you practice music, when you feel music connects to the world, which way, and I think these Tillanas are one great medium of communication. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Dim tap dim cricket dim tap dim cricket dim tap dim
ever sees all beings in the soul, and the soul in all beings does not shrink away from this, in whom all beings have become one with the knowing soul. What delusion or sorrow is there for the one who seeks unity? It is still all. It is radiant, incorporeal, invulnerable, without tendons, pure, untouched by evil. Wise, intelligent, encompassing, self-existent, it organizes objects throughout eternity. I am Morpheus.
एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत।
The trains of India, they are not just trains running on tracks. They are the spirit of Akhand Bharat. In each of them travels an India of Sardar Patel's dreams, bringing unity and diversity alive. Some journey to the serene beauty of Kashmir through Vaishno Devi. Some connect us to southern tip Kanyakumari. Take a trip to India's exciting desert through Ajmer Sharif. Take another through the mystique of the picturesque Northeast. Every train, every station is a picture of a mini India. Sharing food, or sharing a laugh and a song. People come closer. And playing the iconic card games that magically turn strangers into friends. The journey keeps on going, diminishing differences of religion and culture, bringing people together. And connecting India to create Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat every day. Indian Railways, the lifeline of the nation.
Namaste, hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are, depending on your location. Welcome once again to the 2021 STAR Global Conference being hosted by OPJGU Global University, India. I am Dr. Moshmi Mukherjee, Associate Professor and Deputy Director at the International Institute of Higher Education Research and Capacity Building here at OPJGU Global University, welcoming all of you to our special keynote speech the final day of the conference, Professor Philip Altbach. Professor Altbach, as many of you already know, he doesn't need an introduction, particularly in the field of higher education, but still, as a matter of conference protocol, let me introduce Professor Altbach to those of you young researchers who might not know him that well. Professor Altbach is a research professor and founding director of the Center for International Higher Education at Boston College, where from 1994 to 2015, he was the Monan University professor. He was the 2004 and 2006 Distinguished Scholar Leader for the New Century Scholars Initiative of the Fulbright Program and was given the Houlihan Award for Distinguished Contributions to International Education by NAFSA, Association of International Educators. The Bowen Distinguished Career Award by the Association for the Study of Higher Education and has been a Senior Associate of the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching. Professor Altbach has long engagement with India and Indian higher education. In 2010, he was Erudite Scholar of the Government of Kerala in India. He has taught at Harvard University, the University of Wisconsin, and the State University of New York at Buffalo. He's the author of several articles and books on higher education around the world. This includes the International Higher Education Handbook of Higher Education and World-Class Worldwide Transforming Research Universities in Asia and Latin America. Professor Altbach is a member of the Russian government's 5 to 100 University Excellence Commission. He's a member of the International Advisory Committee of the Higher School of Economics in Moscow, Russia, and the Graduate School at Shanghai Jiaotong University. He's guest professor at Peking University and Xiamen University in China. He has been an Orwell Fellow at the University of Hong Kong and a Fellow of the National Science Foundation of Taiwan. He was also awarded an honorary DLET degree by Symbiosis International University in India. It's our great honor and pleasure for me to introduce Professor Altbach to all of you and welcome Professor Altbach to deliver his keynote address at this conference. Over to you, Professor Altbach.
Thank you very much, Musumi. It's a pleasure to be back at OPJGU University by Zoom because I've spoken there before and to be speaking to this distinguished audience. I would like to spend about a half an hour discussing really two related topics in higher education, and maybe as toward the end of this conference, it maybe is a good idea to step back and look at the big picture, which I'm going to try to do briefly, because I want to talk about what I think are the central forces driving global higher education all around the world. And I want to put the COVID crisis into the context of those essential forces. So I will be discussing those two things. In terms of the central forces, I think there are two which are fundamental. And of course, there are many aspects of them, which I'll discuss briefly, which are part of those two. And those two are massification, that is the expansion of enrollments and of institutions in higher education over the past almost century, but certainly half century, in all countries, and what that's meant for access for institutions and so on. And the other motivating force, key force, is what I've called and others have called the global knowledge economy. That is the importance of research, the internationalization of research and teaching, mobility, the engagement of the universities with broader economic forces in society which are increasingly global. And of course, at the present time during COVID, we are seeing in many ways the downside of this kind of globalization as we have problems with supply chains and shortages and things of that sort. But the global knowledge economy has played a very, very significant role in higher education as well, elevating the importance of research-focused universities like OPJGU, as an example, and other kinds of institutions of that sort. So let me first outline really what I think the implications and meaning of these two forces are. Of course, we have seen since the Second World War and since the independence of India, almost at the same time, the tremendous expansion of enrollments all around the world. There are now more than 200 million, maybe 250 million students who are participating in higher education. And of course, in the Indian context, we've seen enrollments expand from, hard to believe, about 100,000 at the time of independence in 1947 to what is it now, 36 million or more or so in the country. So we've seen this tremendous expansion of enrollments. And that's led, of course, to a number of implications everywhere. And let me just briefly outline some of them. We've seen the growth of the private sector in higher education. And certainly that is very much the case in India, where most undergraduate students are in private colleges with supervision from mostly public universities. But we've seen the growth of a private sector around the world, and now more than half the world's students are studying in private universities and colleges, many of them for profit in different countries. The change, for example, in Latin America in recent years has been very dramatic in that respect. 40 years ago, most of Latin America was dominated by public universities. Now, well over half the enrollments are in the private sector. Some countries, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and some others in Asia have always had a private sector domination of the system. So we've seen the rise of a private sector, most of it what you might call demand absorbing, that is relatively poor quality institutions. But we also are seeing now the rise of top quality private universities. And the Indian case is a really interesting one of a small but important number of new private universities, not for profit, which are among the best in the country. And we see this also in some other countries. So we've seen the growth of a private sector. We've also seen what I've called the privatization of public higher education, as governments have been unable to cope with mass numbers of students and have called on the students themselves to pay a greater part of the cost of their education. So we've seen an increase in tuition fees, the establishment of loan programs, and in some countries, including, by the way, the United States and some of our states, an actual decline in the proportion, in the amount of funds given to public higher education. So we've seen a privatization of the public sector, strains and difficulties on university budgets all around the world, and so on. We've seen the emergence of diversified higher education systems, and I think this is quite an important point. A century ago, basically, all universities were similar in an individual country. Everybody understood what they were. They served small elite groups in the population, and they were, generally speaking, pretty good in terms of their quality. We've seen everywhere, some well organized and some not, the emergence of different kinds of academic institutions which serve different audiences. And as I mentioned, in some countries, these systems are well organized. In the United States, which massified first, actually. So that's one of the reasons I think why the American university system is such an important model for many other countries, not because we in the United States are so brilliant, but we just did it first. And the first very well organized, diversified system is, of course, the California Master Plan of 1960, in which the public universities were divided into 3 tiers: open access community colleges, mass access universities, which offered bachelor's and master's degrees, and the elite University of California system. One of the brilliant aspects of the California Master Plan, which is unusual around the world even now, is the fact that students can be mobile within the system. That is, if someone enters a community college, he or she can transfer up if they're smart and if their interests change. And very few other countries do that. In most of the world, and I think this is a significant problem, where you enter higher education is also where you finish higher education. And there's no chance of moving upward or downward in the system. So we've seen the emergence of these diversified systems. I would point to a country like India, but so many countries, which have diversified institutions, but which I think are not well organized among themselves. In other words, you find very few state governments or the central government which has a clear view of how the system should be organized. And I think that's a necessity. We've seen a growing trend, of course, toward the vocationalization of higher education. And most students always, but especially now, are attending post-secondary education to get a good job or any job once they finish. So we've seen that increase in vocationalization, which I think has certain problems. It's inevitable in a mass system, but it also has certain problems. I think that massification overall has decreased the quality of higher education in general. And if you just think about it for 1 minute, that's obvious because you have institutions which are not as well funded. You have students from vastly different socioeconomic, ethnic, racial groups attending higher education and so on. And finally, and which I think is maybe one of the most important aspects of massification. We've seen the opening of universities and colleges to a much wider groups in all populations, starting, of course, with women who were at one time a relatively modest minority in most countries, and now in many countries are a majority of undergraduate students. And we've seen access becoming available to students from rural populations, from poor socioeconomic backgrounds, and so on. We've also seen, by the way, and this is one of the unfortunate aspects of massification, a tremendous increase in the number of students who drop out, that is non-degree completers. So this is, in a nutshell, aspects of mass higher education. The opposite of that development is, as I mentioned, the global knowledge economy. And those are the universities which are at the top of any academic system, which interact internationally and function as, in a way, global institutions. And they are of central importance, although they are a very small part of the higher education system in any country. Take the United States as an example. Everybody knows our top universities by name, but if you think about it, we have about 4,000 post-secondary institutions in the US, but there are only about maybe 400 of them which are serious research universities, the ones that participate globally, that send significant numbers of their students abroad for study, that host the largest number of international students within the country, and so on. So even in America, it's a very small proportion of the total. I have no idea what the number of universities in India which are part of the global knowledge economy, but it's very small indeed. And I know the new education plan is going to expand that number significantly. By the way, good luck to you, since there have been many plans in India over the years. I've studied some of them, which don't lead very far in terms of implementation. But this one seems to be much more serious and much more financially supported than many of the others. And a lot of that plan is aimed at ensuring that India has the kind of top level quality, internationally focused universities which can compete in the global marketplace. Because at the moment, there are very few. There are some, but there are very few. And in all countries, you find the same phenomenon. Small numbers of top universities which compete internationally. So what are the aspects of universities that participate in the global knowledge economy? One, of course, is that they engage in mobility. There are about 5 million students who are studying outside the borders of their countries around the world. COVID has reduced those numbers to a modest extent, and many of those students are not at present studying by distance education in other countries. And those, by the way, the few studies that have been done of international students show that they really, really want to be back on campus in their overseas institutions. They don't like, nobody likes really studying entirely by distance education. So mobility is part of it. And not just mobility for students, but mobility also for professors. We have a highly internationalized academic profession, at these top universities. And I know that the NEP in India is trying to figure out ways to ensure that there are that there are more international faculty at Indian universities. And I think that OPJGU, the sponsor of this particular conference, has been a pioneer in getting international staff to its campus. So mobility is part of it. The increased importance of research for national development, for the development of science, and so on, of course, is very much part of the global knowledge economy and of these top universities. Let me give you just a small example of how research on mobility works. We did a very small study recently of the winners of the Science Nobel Prizes this year, and there have been other studies dating back in other periods of time, and we found, as is typically the case, that the Nobel Prize winners are truly international scholars. Most of them are born in one country, educated at the undergraduate level, often in their native country, but they do their graduate and postgraduate work in a second or third country. They have had international careers, and many of them end up, when they get their Nobel Prize, teaching in yet another country. So these are highly mobile people. And again, I would say for the Indian context, if you want to attract such individuals, you have to have top research universities in the country. That is why the US and the UK particularly, but also to some extent Germany, have been able to attract some of the best brains from all over the world because they have the infrastructures and, very importantly, the academic culture and the academic freedom to attract really, really top scholars. The global knowledge economy has given the importance to what I call global English. That is English has become the global language of science and scholarship. And I think that's very important, and for some countries, problematical. India has a significant advantage here because English is the language of a significant part of Indian higher education already, particularly at the graduate and postgraduate levels. The global knowledge economy has seen research collaboration. The numbers of co-authored scientific articles has zoomed up in recent years. We've seen the increase of importance, and I think this is problematical actually, of the rankings, which rank the universities which are involved in the global knowledge economy. Think of how many universities around the world are ranked by the three major global rankings. The number is about 2,000 in each case. But that's out of more than 20,000 universities that exist around the world. And we're not even thinking of the 30,000 plus colleges that exist just in India. So the rankings rank only a small proportion of universities, and that should be kept in mind. And finally, we have, as part of the global knowledge economy, branch campuses, joint degrees, and so on. So these, I think, are the two trends that we've seen around the world. Let me move on to discuss what I see as some of the implications in this context of the COVID crisis, which we are by no means finished with. It's going to be with us maybe permanently in different ways. it is especially problematical in those countries around the world, low and middle income countries, which still have low vaccination rates. And of course, we are seeing these variants, which are coming on a regular basis, and they are likely to continue, frankly. I am certainly not an expert on COVID and the medical aspects of it, but this is not a theme, a problem which is going to easily go away. So it's going to be with us, and we're going to have to cope with it. So what are some of the implications so far? In my view, and unlike some other commentators on this topic, I don't think higher education is going to be fundamentally changed by the COVID crisis. I think that that universities and colleges in the future are going to look pretty much like they look today. Hopefully, we may have learned some lessons, but overall, we're going to go back to, by and large, face-to-face instruction. I don't think the organization of universities is going to change all that much. However, within that context, I think there are going to be some changes. One of them will be, I believe, the increased use of information technology, distance education, and aspects of online discussion. COVID has forced us to become much better at the use of information technology in terms of the technology itself and the ability of faculty around the world to cope with these new technologies, especially younger faculty, of which I am not a member, unfortunately. So I think we're going to see the increased use of IT. We're going to see the use of hybrid teaching, that is, classes which are offered partly face-to-face and partly online. We're going to see the increase in distance education degree programs, but we're not going to see them come to dominate the system. That's my view. So technology is going to play a very significant role going forward. I think that the longer-term impact of COVID will be less on the top research-intensive universities than on other parts of academic systems around the world. We're seeing that already. To take the United States as an example, enrollments and budgets at the top tier public and private universities in America have maintained pretty steady over the COVID period. However, enrollments and to some extent budgets have declined, in some cases dramatically, at lower tier institutions, and especially, and this is really unfortunate in my view, in our community colleges, our vocational institutions. And nobody has a particularly good reason, good explanation for this. But the research universities are going to come out better, less affected by COVID than other institutions. We are seeing some kinds of greater inequalities due to COVID among institutions, as I mentioned, and also among students. Students from lower socioeconomic groups and minorities in quite a few countries have greater problems accessing technology and are dropping out of school in much greater rates. In some countries, India is an example, but even in the United States, simple access to the technology itself is problematical and difficult. And significant proportions of students, especially in low and middle income countries, but everywhere, don't have simple access to the internet. So that's a problem. International mobility is taking a significant hit. It's declining at the moment, although the numbers are interesting in that, take the United States, for example, we had a very significant drop, but new students are bouncing back. That is, students want to study internationally and are applying to the main host countries, not in as big numbers as before, but in significant with significant increases over the COVID period. And by the way, the slight decline in international mobility predated COVID. That is, there were some declines in the particularly in growth rates of international students even before COVID. So I think in the longer term, mobility will return, but probably not increasing in the rates that it was prior to COVID. There will be more use of IT in internationalization, and I think this is a good thing, actually. And I hope as India prepares to be an internationalized academic system, which it hasn't been, by the way, for all these years, that it will think of what we call internationalization at home, that is providing an international experience, not necessarily mobility, to students who are studying on their home campuses. And I think COVID is going to increase emphasis on that, in part through the, as I've mentioned before, the increased sophistication and usefulness of distance education technologies. So internationalization, mobility is not going anyplace. It's going to be with us, but it's going to change to some extent. So COVID is going to produce change, but not a revolution. That's my underlying comment and belief. I could be wrong. I want to mention one final point before I conclude and open us up for questions and comments. And that is, we're just now beginning to think about the impact of the climate crisis on higher education. And how are we going to cope with that? And I think it's really difficult to think through the implications of that now. I'm surprised, frankly, that us brilliant people in higher education have not coped with that issue in terms of planning in more ways than we have. But it's going to affect us all. Just one small example in my little part of research, and that's on mobility and internationalization. I think there are going to be significant changes in mobility patterns because of climate change. My colleague here at Boston College, Hans de Witt, and I wrote a short article recently making the argument that for the United States, short-term mobility, that is going overseas for a few weeks or maybe a month for undergraduate programs, should for us essentially stop, be ended. And that would cause a significant change in the patterns of mobility, not just for Americans, but for those countries which are hosting the many thousands of US students who are going for a short-term study. Nothing wrong with short-term study, but in terms of energy use and so on, it's a problem. We're not arguing, nor do I think degree earning mobility is going to end or even maybe significantly change. But we're going to have to rethink aspects of internationalization going forward. And certainly IT distance is going to be part of that thinking, but many other aspects as well. So what I've tried to do today with you is to give a sense of what I think are the driving forces of higher education and how they play out globally. There are winners and losers. We are all affected absolutely by these issues. And we can all think carefully and make plans to make sure that we can function effectively in this complex environment. And I've tried to give you a little sense of how I think COVID is going to play out in the medium and maybe even the long term. So with that, colleagues, I'm going to conclude and hope that you have enjoyed the conversation and have some interesting questions. So thank you very much. And back to Masumi.
Thank you. That was quite a comprehensive overview of higher education, and thank you for sharing your reflections with regards to higher education in a post-pandemic situation. There are a number of questions. One of the questions, it's quite interesting. It really connects with something you just said with regards to the disparities that the pandemic has further exposed, and with regards to also this entire discourse about world-class universities and ranking agencies. So this question is very interesting. How can ranking agencies think about revising their international national ranking parameters in a post-pandemic world? Do you have any thoughts, reflections on it?
The problem with rankings is that they can only accurately measure a very, very few things because you've got large numbers of institutions, countries with very different academic systems, and so on. So what rankings do well is measure research productivity. And by the way, that's about it, because in my view, and the rankers would very much disagree with this, other measures are kind of proxies for what they do. And the data that's available that's reasonably accurate on most things, including what the questioner has said, is are either missing, not consistent across countries, or subject to fiddling, that is not telling the truth. And I think that's the problem. My general view about rankings, which I sort of mentioned in my presentation, is it's an artifact of elite institutions, and from that point of view, it's useful. And of course, as some people have said, if rankings didn't exist, some people would invent them, which is, in fact, is what happened, because customers, that is students, mainly who are interested in studying abroad, want to know where to go. And they want to go to the, quote, best, unquote, places that they can go. And the rankings are overused for that. But for most students, both domestic and international, and for most, especially institutions, forget about the rankings. They're not ranking you anyway. You know, they're ranking these 2,000 out of 20,000. And what they do is questionable even to start with. Just one example, I'm going on a little too long about this, but people are interested in rankings and they drive me a little bit crazy. The three global rankings, the so-called Shanghai one, academic ranking of world universities, the Times Higher Education, and the QS. Of those three, only Shanghai is relative, in my view, relatively accurate, because they do not use reputational measures. In other words, they're not asking people, hey, what's your view of what's the best university in India? Even I, who've observed India for many years, would not probably be very accurate in ranking, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of Indian institutions. And the more you use reputational rankings, which QS does a lot, THE does some, and and Shanghai does not at all, the less accurate the rankings. So I could go on for days about this matter. It's very important, but the short answer is it's not going to help the answer the question that was raised, unfortunately.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on this. There's another question, and that also connects to something you just mentioned about the issue of climate change and what Hans de Wit and Hans de Wit actually got a North Star Award for Lifetime Achievement at this conference day before yesterday. So what both of you have been advocating for the reduction of these short-term programs to reduce carbon emission, right? But quite interestingly, you are advocating this as a scholar, but it seems like the universities, even post-pandemic, probably are moving in a completely different, they're rather thinking differently. One of the sponsors of this conference is also from the US, Morgan State University. And we just had a meeting yesterday itself. Some of the top leadership of Morgan State had a meeting with leadership here at OPJGU Global University, and they have designed a plan, Morgan Global University, and as part of that plan, one of their aims and objectives is to send at least 1,000 students because sending students for semester abroad is too expensive, particularly for students who are coming from disadvantaged background. So they want to expand this experience, international and intercultural experience, more for students from disadvantaged background, so that they can become global citizens in the future. So their plan is to expand on the short-term study abroad programs, and they're looking to partner with universities like us in India and in different parts of the world to send their students for these short-term programs, and specifically to provide international immersion experience, even if it is for a short term, particularly for disadvantaged students within the larger American context. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. And it's not just Morgan, we have had proposals like this coming from various universities across the United States.
Yeah, and other countries.
Other countries also, yeah.
Well, hey, climate change is not easy, and it's affecting us all. It's going to affect us all. It's going to affect higher education, and I am not sure that in the medium and longer term that these kind of plans, which are great, the purpose of them and so on are unquestionable. And also it's the way we've done business, particularly in the US, in terms of mobility for a long time. The issues that you raise about the ability to do semester, who can do semester abroad, and we have lots of data from lots of countries which show that young people who are doing semester abroad are from privileged backgrounds almost 100%, because they can afford the programs. And not only that, they have the kind of vision from their family backgrounds to to engage in that kind of study. So it's a total dilemma. But, you know, climate change is the existential problem of the age, and we're going to have to make changes. And I'm just not sure that what you guys are, what Morgan State and others, many others, are planning is going to be sustainable, to use the term, over the long run. So, you know, it's just it's a problem and a dilemma, and good luck to us all for the survival of the planet and for internationalization. Hans and I do not have good answers to this, but what we're saying is we really need to think differently.
Right. It's a real dilemma. How do you really provide access and equity for those who have been disadvantaged, but at the same time, how do you balance it with the needs of the current times and particularly issues related to climate change? How do you prioritize that? It's a real dilemma.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And you know, our answer, which is an easy one but hard to implement and not as good, is internationalization at home, as I mentioned before.
Right.
And there are many ways that a place like Morgan State and OP-JGU can collaborate on that, and to think kind of new thoughts about how to do it better.
Taking cue from what you just said, frankly speaking, you used a very technical term over here, internationalization at home, which, you know, those of us who are immersed in the literature on international higher education, we know what you mean. But for other lay audience out there, if you could explain, you know, how internationalization at home can be executed, some of your own ideas.
Yes, well, you should be asking your award winner, Professor DeWitt, who is one of the global experts exactly on this topic, rather than me. But this approach, internationalization at home, is just at its early stages. But in a nutshell, it's arranging programs, experiences for students which don't require physical mobility. Seminars, intensive IT, Zoom arrangements, person-to-person conversations over time and over space with, you know, individual students from one country and another, or small groups of students, discussion arrangements, courses which have perspectives from not only Western knowledge base, but from other knowledge bases as well, and on and on. So is it as good as, you know, being able to sit down and have a coffee with somebody on your campus in India, or going and seeing, you know, slums in Mumbai, in how people really live in different countries? Absolutely not. I mean, my own life was changed by my more than 1 year experience in India doing my own PhD research many years ago. It would be terrible to lose that, and we shouldn't lose that, but we can do better short term.
That's really good response, I should say. And I think this pandemic experience has probably helped us in a way, you know, to probably to get the skills over the past 2 years, because frankly speaking, science and technology, the way it has advanced, education had been behind for a long time. And academia, frankly speaking, we have been quite reluctant in many ways to catch up with advancement in science and technology. And the pandemic and the lockdowns has in a way forced us to think a little differently with regards to the delivery of education, teaching and learning and all these things. And I agree with you here. We can probably think of using these skills that we have learned over these past couple of years in different ways, not just internationalizing the curriculum, but also teaching and learning pedagogy, utilizing technology and also international partnerships in teaching and learning and research using technology. So that's probably no, as you rightly said, it cannot replicate the real experience, but under the current circumstances, if we prioritize steps we need to take to arrest climate change, this is something we definitely need to think about seriously. And I hope those who are listening to this conversation, this discussion today, are going to think about it seriously. I have another.
Just one other thing. I mean, you were telling me before our session about the study which you've done in India, and there have been some similar studies in other countries, which show that lots of students were negatively affected by the COVID crisis in terms of their educational, also socio-emotional experiences and so on. And I mean, I totally agree with what you just said, but it is problematical, and we're going to have to think kind of deeply about how to do it well.
Yes, yes, of course, because young people, they really, need the social experience on campus. And as you must know, even within the US context, many students, within the Indian context, I'll tell you, this is something that has come up in our survey. As you know, the Indian population is extremely stratified, right? For many students, the campus really provides, the campus becomes an equalizer. The university space becomes an equalizer for them. The resources that they have, say, for example, a quiet study room, the library, or even the hostel room. But at home, they're just at a loss. You know, and it's tough, very hard for these students, particularly those who don't have that kind of resources. In some homes, there might be only one smartphone and no computers or internet gadgets, and that smartphone might be used by the breadwinner of the family. Right. So all kinds of issues like this, and also different kinds of stress factors, particularly, when your own existence is in question in the middle of a pandemic. So, yeah, so there is a question here with regards to the National Education Policy 2020. You've referred to it in your talk a couple of times. And we all know the deep divide between policy and its implementation around the world. But what is your opinion about the recommendations in NEP 2020 with regards to, on the one hand, it is talking about internationalization, need to educate for developing global citizens, and at the same time, it is talking about, indigenization, vernacularization, with regards to Indian languages and all these things. And there was a study that was run by a doctoral student at Kerala University, who is currently one of our faculty here at OPJGU, if we think about international students' experience in public universities, particularly, they really struggle a lot, and language itself becomes a huge issue if English is not used as a medium of instruction. So, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, well, complicated question. Generally speaking, internationalization in in most contexts means English. So some people would disagree with that, and some people would say this is a bad thing. But in my view, that's the way it is. And there is certainly a role for Indian languages in higher education, but they are not, in colleges and universities which function in Indian languages are not going to be the internationalized ones. Forget it, not going to happen. And I don't say that with any particular happiness, but I think that's just the reality. And as I said in my talk, the reality also is that it's going to be, in general, your top universities and IITs, IIM sectors, which are going to be the most internationalized going forward. And my reading of mainly of the, which is incomplete, of the NEP is that that's where the emphasis, the internationalization emphasis is, I think, appropriately being placed. You can't do everything, particularly in India, but so choices have to be made, and there's a place in the system for Indian languages, and there's a place in the system for internationalized institutions, which are maybe, unfortunately, are going to be the top institutions in the in the country. The challenge to me for India is to think through how even to get those top institutions to be internationally competitive and attractive, because the infrastructures for internationalization by and large don't exist in many institutions. I give you a small case. I had the pleasure of visiting the International Center at Pune University a couple of years ago. Very nice building, but the people in it, to be honest, well-meaning and interested, really didn't have the expertise to figure out how to run an international program. So, that's a need too, and I hope that the NEP will help foster that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Olbach, for sharing your thoughts and for answering the audience questions. We have run out of time. It's almost 7:30 here, just a couple of more minutes. I would like to thank you on behalf of the Star Scholars Network and OPJGU Global University for accepting our invitation to deliver this keynote speech. We are actually going to move to the valedictory closing ceremony now at 7:30. We had a marathon 3-day conference beginning 10th of February, early morning, Indian time. And thank you very much for sharing your insightful thoughts. I hope that those who are listening out there learned a lot from your experience and your insights. And we hope that again in the near future sometime, we'll be able to again invite you for some other event. And with that, I would like to say goodbye and thank you once again.
You're very welcome.
And as you rightly said, if this would have been a real Hello, good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, depending on wherever you are. We are at the end of the 3-day Star Scholars Network 2021 Global Conference being hosted online by OPJGU Global University, India. I'm Dr. Moushami Mukherjee, Deputy Director and Associate Professor at the International Institute of Higher Education Research and Capacity Building at this university. As the India Country Director, I'm also the India Country Director of the Star Scholars Network. And as a host faculty here, it has been an intellectually stimulating and culturally enriching experience for me personally over the past 3 days to host this conference. And thank you, Star Scholars Network, for providing us this opportunity. I hope all of you watching the sessions remotely and participating in the conference remotely had equally enriching experience. One of the good things about this pandemic enforced virtual conference is that now we have all the sessions of the conference recorded and archived for future references. Important conference sessions, including this valedictory session, is being live streamed on YouTube and Facebook. Hence, even beyond these 3 days of the conference, you can continue to listen to these recordings, though it will, of course, deprive you of the joy of active live participation, and as it is also depriving us of the joy of active real conference participation, because we can't have a gala dinner at the closing ceremony virtually, unfortunately so. But anyway, let's hope sometime in the near future we will be able to exchange such niceties once again. But without further ado, let me introduce to you all the stellar speakers that we have lined up for all of you, even for this valedictory session. Our first speaker is Dr. Lynn Pascarella. Dr. Pascarella is an American academic and the 14th president of the Association of American Colleges and Universities. Before she assumed this position, she was the 18th president of Mount Holyoke College in South Hadley, Massachusetts, serving from 2010 to 2016. She has held positions as provost at the University of Hartford and vice provost for academic affairs and dean of the graduate school at the University of Rhode Island. A philosopher whose work has combined teaching and scholarship with local and global engagement, Pascarella has written extensively on medical ethics, metaphysics, public policy, and the philosophy of law. She is president of the Phi Beta Kappa Society and the host of Northeast Public Radio's The Academic Minute. A recipient of Mary Baldwin University's Sullivan Award for Outstanding Service to Humanity, Pascarella serves as a member of the advisory board of the Newman's Own Foundation and sits on the boards of the Lincoln Foundation and the National Humanities Alliance, as well as George Washington University Hospital's Ethics Committee. Named by Diverse Issues as one of the higher education's top 35 leaders, Pascarella is a graduate of Quinnipiac Valley Community College, Mount Holyoke College, and Brown University. Over to you, Dr. Pascarella.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Mukherjee. It is such an honor and privilege to be with you today as part of the STAR Global Conference on Higher Education for the Greater Good. I'm truly grateful to our hosts and the conference organizers for this opportunity. And now more than ever, as the complex problems facing higher education extend beyond boundaries of a single organization or institution, it's critical for colleges and universities around the world to come together in advancing our shared objectives. Indeed, directly confronting the ongoing and emerging challenges in higher education and the broader global community in the wake of COVID-19 will require greater strategic collaboration among colleges and universities, deeper alliances, and multifaceted networks focused on championing creative and divergent solutions. Despite remarkable resilience on the part of colleges and universities, the advent in March 2020 of the worst global pandemic in more than a century created unprecedented disruption to higher education. As campuses pivoted to remote and online learning due to COVID, the expansiveness of the digital divide was unveiled. And where possible, students without access to computers or high-speed internet, or who struggled with limited data plans, began lining up for college-supplied electronic devices and filling digital parking lots designed to facilitate course delivery. In places where these resources weren't available, students stopped attending college altogether. At the same time, heightened awareness was brought to the food and shelter insecurities experienced by students at all types of institutions. These factors, alongside worries about safety, financial constraints, and caregiving responsibilities, led to a precipitous drop in college enrollment. Over 1.5 billion students in 65 countries were out of school due to the pandemic. While in the United States, the biggest loss was among male students of color between the ages of 18 and 25. Globally, women and girls suffered even greater consequences due to skyrocketing teen pregnancy rates, increased sex trafficking, and domestic violence. Facing the prospect of a lost generation of college students has led to renewed calls to revolutionize higher education, centering equity and excellence. In taking up this charge, colleges and universities must work with each other, with policymakers, business, industry, and primary and secondary schools to address compounded disparities in college access and completion, asking what form should an education for the 21st century take, and exactly what should students be expected to learn and why. The urgency in addressing these questions is enhanced by the nature and complexity of challenges arising from the pandemic, including the ethical, legal, and psychosocial dimensions of policies attempting to mitigate COVID within the context of an increasingly polarized and partisan political environment globally. These challenges illustrate that a college education, and a liberal education in particular, are more critical than ever in addressing the kinds of unscripted problems of the future of which COVID-19 is emblematic. The current culture wars over vaccine and mask mandates and lockdowns played out globally highlight liberal education's civic purposes and the inextricable link between a strong democracy and liberal education, an education which prepares students to be mindful of the dangers of ideological filtering, to speak across differences, to engage in ethical decision-making, deliberation with respect to competing arguments, and engage in sympathetic imagination while cultivating personal and social responsibility. Active engagement with diverse individuals around real-world challenges and taking advantage of local epistemologies can create pathways for student success and promote individual thriving and meaning-making in a world of complex problems and ideological divides. Recent research on liberal education's impact and authoritarianism by Tony Carnevale and his colleagues at the Georgetown Center for Education and the Workforce demonstrates that people who feel threatened due to economic, physical, psychological, and other insecurities are more likely to resist differing views and to tend toward authoritarianism. Rising inequalities of wealth and income, increasing political polarization and partisanship, and the devastating impact of the coronavirus have fueled feelings of vulnerability among many around the world, who were then more likely to seek protection of authoritarian leaders and political systems. And when those with high authoritarian inclinations identify strongly with specific groups, a threat to those groups can result in even greater intolerance and a resistance to changing one's views. Education itself is seen as a threat under the circumstances. Yet, we know that liberal education reduces individuals' sensitivities to potential triggers by providing psychological protection in the form of self-esteem, personal security, and autonomy. It also fosters a level of interpersonal trust associated with lower inclinations toward expressing authoritarian attitudes and preferences. The capacity to deal with nuance, complexity, and diversity and not be threatened by differences of opinion is significant, given that perceptions of threat to physical safety, economic security, group identity, social norms often activate authoritarian tendencies. Exposure through the liberal arts and sciences to diverse contexts, histories, ideas, lifestyles, religions, ways of life, and culture diminishes the likelihood that differing worldviews will trigger authoritarian responses and increases the chances of their being countered with evidence. Moreover, engagement with the liberal arts and sciences also encourages empathy and tolerance. Besides resistance to authoritarianism, the Georgetown findings reveal that post-secondary education leads to greater political participation and civic engagement, regardless of political affiliation, and decreases tendencies towards authoritarianism. Because democracies with higher levels of education have greater levels of political tolerance and are more likely to survive, the report concludes that higher education is the cornerstone of successful democracies, not easily shaken by authoritarian threats. If the learning outcomes of a liberal education correspond to the proficiencies required for engaged citizenship and for the workplace of today and tomorrow, as educators and employers agree they do, then a liberal education can unleash the potential of those otherwise most likely to be excluded from full participation in civic and economic life. Therefore, as we advocate for liberal education, we must simultaneously reconsider how we measure learning outcomes and embrace a paradigm shift that moves from ranking and sorting students to ensuring that all students benefit from the most powerful forms of learning. Student success depends not on the college readiness of students, but rather on the readiness of institutions to respond to the changing needs of an increasingly diverse society. Reconceived as a process rather than an outcome, excellence in higher education entails providing students with regular opportunities to demonstrate achievement in a range of knowledge and skills areas across their educational experience and pathways, and assessed in ways that promote continuous improvement. Applying more equitable assessment throughout a student's college experience carries the potential for contributing positively to completion rates of low-income students, especially at elite institutions. But this transformation must be accompanied by a focus on colleges and universities becoming places of welcome and belonging. The need to transition well-being and equity imperatives from auxiliary services to the core mission of colleges and universities, shifting the focus from short-term retention and graduation to long-term objectives of students flourishing in their lives and careers, is reinforced by my colleague Sia Versheldon's compelling research. Sia highlights how stress from economic insecurities, racism, and a lack of belonging certainty reduce the amount of cognitive bandwidth available for learning. COVID-19 has added further stress for many students, whether they're on campus or learning remotely, and faculty, staff, and administrators must do everything possible to enhance a sense of belonging and inclusion that encourages a growth mindset and intellectual risk-taking. In the process, we need to mobilize campus leadership to support life-transformative education at scale, making well-being and equity mission imperatives. Enhancing a sense of belonging will also necessitate colleges and universities making a renewed and reinvigorated commitment to the civic and democratic purposes of higher education by serving as anchor institutions, demonstrating that their success is intertwined with the economic, educational, health, and psychosocial well-being of those in the communities in which they're located and those they seek to serve. In addition, being visible and engaging with others who feel stigmatized by the lack of a college education can help mitigate rising populist and anti-intellectual sentiments. Our shared roles as leaders in higher education is to reduce systemic barriers and create reward systems within our own institutions for advancing the type of learning that will position students for success within a future none of us can fully predict. Now is the time for all colleges and universities to take direct aim at educational disparities and patterns of systemic disadvantage, especially those resulting from historical and contemporary effects of racism. If higher education is to emerge strengthened by the ongoing crisis touched off by the COVID-19 pandemic, we must intentionally prioritize equality, equity, and inclusion in any of the possible futures ahead of us. Our ability to fulfill the promises we've made to our students and to fulfill the broader democratic purposes of higher education will depend on whether we hold fast to these ideals. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pascarella, for your reflections on the need of the hour for higher education. Of course, you were referring to research coming out of the larger American context, but a lot of the things that you said holds very true for the context of higher education, diverse contexts of higher education around the world. So thank you for sharing your thoughts and reflections very much. I would now like to call upon our next speaker, this valedictory session, once again from the Association of American Colleges and Universities, Dr. Dawn Michelle Whitehead. She's the Vice President of the Office of Global Citizenship of Campus, Community and Careers at IIHED. Her office focuses on advancing curricular and co-curricular initiatives and practices that advance equitable participation in global learning, integrative learning, and community-based learning for all students for preparation for life, work, and citizenship. At the Association of American Colleges and Universities, Whitehead's work centers on integrative global learning with an emphasis on thematic local and international experiences that provide students with a variety of global learning opportunities across their educational experience. She also works in projects that integrate high-impact practices across general education and the majors to provide students with consistent, high-quality liberal learning and engages and collaborates across offices on curricular transformation. She has published several articles and book chapters on this topic. Prior to joining AAC&Q, Whitehead served as Director of Curriculum Internationalization with teaching responsibilities in the Global and International Studies program at Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis. Whitehead was the faculty director for global service learning programs in Costa Rica, Ghana, Kenya, and the Kingdom of Swaziland, and her research evolved from a focus on education and educators in Ghana to the impact of service learning on the students and community partners. Whitehead also instituted the use of interactive video conferencing as a tool to infuse globalized experience for students on campus. I'm sure that is now helping the students quite a lot in the middle of this pandemic. Over to you, Dr. Whitehead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mukherjee, for that warm introduction, and again to the conference organizers for this invitation to participate in this session. I'd like to offer a few brief remarks related to the themes of transformation, internationalization, and the future of education with an emphasis on global learning. I'd also like to couch my remarks under the broader goal of examining higher education for the greater good. Within this broader context that we've been talking about during the conference of reimagine teaching and learning, my goal is to share a few ideas about reimagining global learning to better align with diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, all for the greater good. So throughout the conference, we've heard compelling cases for how higher education could serve the greater good. And we've seen examples of what has changed over the past nearly 2 years since the global pandemic changed our world. It's been revealed to some, as my president just noted, and affirmed to others that higher education isn't as equitable as some of us thought. There are great disparities across institutions and even within institutions. And despite the challenges and how great they are, institutional, cultural, and operational changes don't occur overnight, but the stakes are simply too high to go back to the ways we've always done things. The urgency of this moment has been evoked by many people in many different contexts, and they've come from the perspectives of climate change, racial justice, the threat to democracy, and the global health issues. And a few have gone back to the words of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. when he said, "We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now." There's no time for apathy or complacency. We need to act. We heard a similar call in Professor Chomsky's keynote address when he said, "We are at a unique moment of human history, and it might be terminal." He later said, "Never have the threats to humanity been so dire." And it's in this space, at this time, that we must reimagine the process of higher education and global learning. So the first thing that is important, and many are starting to do as we're reimagining this concept of global learning, is to make sure that we're offering inclusive frames that allow many, if not all of our students, to see themselves as global learners and to see the value of engagement with the rest of the world. So how do we do this when we have people at our own institutions that aren't even attuned to global learning? Well, it starts with a recognition and acknowledgement of the global challenges that we're facing. And this global health pandemic has been one where many of our colleagues who may not have been interested in global learning couldn't ignore the realities of this global challenge. With a clear acknowledgement of the variety and range of global challenges, we can bring in our colleagues to address challenges from their schools, their faculties, and their departmental perspectives. The goal is to help shift thinking about these issues, such as the global health pandemic, climate change, racism, poverty, other issues that have been outlined with the UN SDGs, to get people to think that they aren't just local or national issues, but rather they're global. And we must provide our students with opportunities to explore these issues in that broad global context. Again, these are issues that are best solved when we work together, and they're too big to be solved in isolation by a single institution, a single person, or a single country. We have seen some of these examples in the past where movements that started in one place spread to other parts of the world. For example, many of you may recall the movement, Roads Must Fall, Then Fees Must Fall, a student movement that started in South Africa and later expanded to other countries and continents. We saw it after the murder of George Floyd, and there were global calls for racial justice, and people were looking at local situations and the situation that happened in the US. The End SARS movement was another, and there have been so many other examples where we're able to see what's happening locally, how it connects globally, and how we can make change. Professor Chomsky also addressed the counter calls for climate change action that took place outside the COP26 meetings. There were protests in Edinburgh, there were protests all around the world where people were voicing the power and what needed to be done locally and how it connected to our global issue of climate change. By seeing these issues and challenges as global, our students have the same opportunities to engage and connect with networks, much like the Star Scholars Network, where we can work with folks across boundaries, across borders, and across disciplinary perspectives, and students can see how problems can be solved when we work across those lines. Nonetheless, it starts at home with a clear message of what global learning is and what the value is. And most of our institutions have a mission that includes international and global engagement. The second transformation in global learning is that we need to develop equitable and scaffolded global learning experiences across disciplines for all of our students. Students need to see that global learning isn't associated with those in the humanities, those who are in social science, but it's something that all students can engage, and it's something that's important for all of them to be a part of. They should be given opportunities to apply these skills in their pre-professional experiences so they can see the value into their careers as work. One other thing we need to do is to make it very clear what the skills, knowledge, and behaviors are that are global in nature. It's wonderful for students to be able to tell us all the rivers in Asia, all the rivers on the African continent, but we really need them to be able to demonstrate and engage with others to solve problems. When you look at AAC&U's global learning rubric and use it as a base, there are many dimensions of global learning that you'll find around the world that folks have identified as critical for students to demonstrate global learning. I want to share just two quick pieces. One is perspective taking. This is the ability to learn and engage from perspectives and experiences that are different than one's own. with a broader goal of understanding interrelationships between multiple perspectives, could be personal, cultural, social, disciplinary, environmentally, local, or global. In an applied context, many of you have probably recently heard Dr. IIHED Alakija, who is the co-chair of the African Union's Vaccine Delivery Alliance, who has been speaking out about vaccine delivery and the inequities that we've seen. She's called for a deconstruction of the old ways of thinking and a new perspective on our future, with the goal of constructing new global institutions that can support countries who have been left behind. This, again, is something that our students can be working on and addressing now. Across disciplines, students can draw on the perspectives of countries from different income levels, with different access to the production of vaccines, with changing intellectual property laws and policies. What about sharing technology, all in the name of a greater good for a health crisis? Looking at different perspectives, we're putting students in the position to start thinking about solving these problems that we will need them to solve when they leave our institutions or while they're there. A second common dimension that has emerged is cultural diversity. And students must learn to cross cultural boundaries and to bridge differences collaboratively if we're going to reach common goals. On a systems level, they need to be able to develop skills to comparatively analyze how some cultures have been marked and assigned places within a power structure. And with global learning preparation, it situates students to explore and expose hierarchies and inequities that impact ways of life, access to good jobs, quality housing, and education. And within this framework, students must be given multiple opportunities to practice and apply these skills and demonstrate their evolving abilities. Many institutions, as we've seen from this conference, start at home, and they provide students with opportunities to work together across disciplines, cultures, and other areas. They start solving problems that are global in nature, and then they expand outside their institutional environment. But we can't expect our students to tackle the challenges of the world if we haven't taught them how to work together at home first, and then to expand and work ethically across lines. The third and final step that I'd like to share when we think about reimagining global learning is to align global learning more intentionally with institutional and broader references related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is important for leadership at institutions, for those that are working in diversity, equity, inclusion, and international education spaces, and for everyone on campus. The global movement for racial justice and efforts to decolonize experiences for students have demonstrated the importance of the expertise and skills that those in the DEI field have to offer. But equitable collaboration is the key. Earlier this summer, like many of you, you may have heard Isabel Wilkerson, who wrote the book Caste and The Warmth of Other Suns. She gave a talk where she said, injustices in one part of the world may have more in common with injustices in another part of the world, meaning it might be easier to see parallels with someone outside your country. And we need to provide frameworks for students to engage and unpack these issues in these global contexts. When you embed the principles and elements and tools and strategies from diversity, equity, and inclusion, it adds a different lens to global learning, and one that we haven't always used. It's one that's more attentive to inclusion, one that's more attentive to diversity of communities, of cultures, of countries, and it helps our students have a more nuanced experience and understanding when they are engaging with others. It helps students unpack historical issues that they may not have associated with other countries. For example, I've been working with a number of institutions, and some have said some of their students in the US context really associate the concept and the historical experience of slavery with the US. They see it as an American invention, not understanding the broad transatlantic slave trade and how many countries were involved in the process. When students see slavery as a global issue, it changes their understanding of enslavement. With this framing, we've had a number of institutions who have looking above and beyond at indigenous groups around the world and looking at what principles, what practices have been used to right wrongs that have happened traditionally. In the health sciences, we have folks that are looking at healthcare and in what countries, what places is traditional medicine or indigenous knowledge considered as part of a healthcare system, healthcare preparation. Again, with this type of diversity, equity, and inclusion framing, global learners are pushed beyond the dominant national culture or norm to unpack broader diversity in countries and communities to gain a more nuanced understanding. Again, the last thing with the DEI connection with global learning is it pushes us to make sure that we are including all of our students. When we start collaborating and looking at the principles and elements of diversity, equity, and inclusion, are we thinking about all of the students who could be a part of our experiences? Or are we going back to the ones that have participated in global learning all the time for years and years and years? How are we seeing each other? Are we seeing each other as competition? Do we see our colleagues in DEI as helpers, as innovators? We need to come together and think creatively about how we can expand these practices. Finally, we are guided, and you heard my president, Lynn Pasquarella, reference this. At AAC&U, we are guided by equity. And one of the things that we have been doing in our global learning work is looking at the principle of equity mindedness out of University of Southern California's Race and Equity Center. The work is now led by Sean Harper. Previously, it was led by Estella Ben-Simon. And they offer a nice blueprint for looking at equity mindedness, which is the perspective or mode of thinking by practitioners that calls attention to patterns of inequity in student outcomes. So we're looking at what can the institution do to make sure more students are participating in global learning activities. It helps institutions call out what individuals who are historically underrepresented, who are not participating, how can we make them feel welcome? How can we make them participate? And how can we make sure they're finding success? How can we recognize and acknowledge structural racism and structural problems that have prevented students from participating? And it leads us to use evidence to make these decisions. If we're serious about being more equitable and changing global learning, we must be more inclusive. Finally, I'd like to close with an example again from the literature on diversity and inclusion. And this comes from the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, which offers some wonderful framing around diversity and inclusion. And they state that diversity is essential for excellence. The more difficult the problem, the greater the benefit of diversity in finding the solution. A commitment to excellence enables a diverse community to solve today's challenges. And isn't that what we want to prepare our students to do in a global context, working on campus and beyond? And if we're serious about addressing the challenges that Professor Chomsky outlined, from the global health pandemic to the destruction of the environment, he argued that we are within reach, but we cannot do it without global cooperation. And by rethinking global learning, embedding and aligning our work with frameworks from diversity, equity, and inclusion, our students will be well positioned for global competition, global cooperation to solve these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Whitehead. That was so inspiring to listen to you. And I so agree with you when you said that, all these issues are so global with regards to issues related to exclusion and inclusion and issues related to social justice. Of course, the population might be different and the parameters might be different. In some places, race might be the predominant parameter or variable. In another place, it could be caste. In another place in the world, it could be religion. But, these issues of inclusion and exclusion and social injustice, they are such global issues. And if we can connect those dots and help students to think beyond their immediate local context with regards to the globe, the issues that are common across the differences, I think that is something, it's really the need of the hour if we have to tackle all these global challenges, including the global health pandemic and the climate change issue and all the other issues, global terrorism, and all the other challenges that the world is facing now. Thank you so much for your address, Dr. Whitehead. I'm now going to move to our third speaker, Mr. Kurt Larson From the World Bank, he has more than 35 years of experience in development and implementation of education, science, and innovation policies in the Danish government, at the OECD, and the World Bank. His core knowledge and experiences are multisectoral, with the strongest expertise in post-secondary education, including Tibet, as well as in science and innovation policy. He has gained a solid operational experience from skills development and higher education projects in India, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, Vietnam, and Burkina Faso. He has furthermore supported science and innovation policies and strategies in Vietnam, Qatar, Jordan, India, Lebanon, China, Burkina Faso, Mali, Kenya, Tanzania, Sri Lanka, and Denmark. Prior to joining the World Bank, he worked in OECD's Education Directorate and the Secretary General's private office for 8 years, and in the Danish government Prime Minister's office, Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Science and Technology for more than 12 years. Over to you, Mr. Larsen.
Thank you so much, Musuri, for this very nice introduction. It's a great honor to be part of this global network and global society of transnational academic researchers. My focus will be on India. I'm currently living in India, and I'm going to focus on the new compelling national education policy, which was launched in India about a year ago. So this was really a milestone in Indian education, and the policy covers basic education, skills development, higher education, and lifelong learning. I will only focus on tertiary education and how the NEP, which is called in the short fashion, can play an important role in increasing the greater good in higher education in India. I'm part of a small team in the World Bank, which have worked with the Ministry of Education in India, with the University Grant Commission and the Association of Indian University, to deliver a series of events of key issues which are addressed in the National Education Policy NEP. So we have had webinars about digitalization, governance, quality assurance, internationalization, access, equity, employability, student career development in higher education. Our team is also working with the Ministry of Education in India on a new operational project to improve the quality of engineering education and the employability of engineering graduates. The project will also deliver technical assistance to the implementation of some of the recommended reforms that are mentioned in the NEP, such that, for example, establishing multidisciplinary universities. So the NEP definitely seeks to contribute to the greater good, both at the individual level for the students and graduates, but also for at the society level. It explicitly states that a college degree brings better job opportunities, higher earnings, improved health, but it also promotes democracy and sustainable growth. It furthermore mentioned that higher education plays an extremely important role in promoting human as well as social well-being and in developing India as envisioned in its constitution, a democratic, just, socially conscious, cultured, and humane nation upholding liberty, equality, fraternity, and justice for all. A key challenge is that only 1 out of 4 young Indians currently benefit from enrollment in tertiary education in India. The NEP aims to increase the gross enrollment rates in higher education and vocational education to 50% by 2035. This is a very, very ambitious goal, and it would take a huge effort by many different stakeholders in higher education in India to reach this ambitious target. The tertiary education system in India is facing several challenges. There are outstanding universities and colleges in India, such as OPJGU global universities, but the average university and college in India do face difficult issues. Let's just look at several dimensions of the landscape of the average higher education institution in India. In terms of quality and employability, there is definitely a lot of higher education institutions which have faculty of low quality, and even there are faculty positions which are not filled out. Ineffective teaching learning practices are quite normal, including weak digital skills. Outdated curricula and weak industry linkages is also an issue. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit also India, it was very clear that India has a weak and uneven distribution of infrastructure and equipment for information and technology technologies. There are skills gaps and there are e-resource constraints. And there are weak incentives and support for digital transformations in the higher education system. The higher education system is also, like in other countries, not equal. The probability to enter a student from a poor family is 12% versus 56% if you come from a richer family in India. Women and disadvantaged groups are very much underrepresented in leadership positions in higher education. In terms of research and development, the average university often have a poor quality research environment with weak incentives to do research and to work with partners outside in civil society and with industry. The whole governance and steering of the higher education system is unplanned, and there's rapid growth, especially in the private sector. And there are weak and inefficient government mechanisms. The National Education Policy is proposing several reforms to address these challenges. And I would like to focus on two of them, which are linked to the theme of this conference, namely institutional resilience and leadership. So when the COVID-19 pandemic hit India, it really severely impacted the huge higher education sector with more than 1,000 universities and 40,000 colleges across the country. There are more than 30,000 million students enrolled in undergraduate programs across India, and there are more than 1,400,000 teaching staff in the higher education system. So soon India will become the biggest higher education in the world, and therefore play a global role in how higher education is developing. So India, what is happening in India is important for global development of higher education. Data shows that only 15% of the rural households have access to internet and 42% in the urban areas. So that's just underlines when the universities and colleges had to lock down because of the COVID situation, many students actually did not have access to quality education, and that's a fact. I'm not talking about the best universities in India. They cope very well like other parts of the world, but the picture in India was that most students did not have access to online education during the lockdown. There was definitely also a huge difference between universities and colleges. Those who already had some experience in delivering online education, well, they were very quickly to actually deliver good online education to their students. But those colleges and universities that had limited experience using technology for teaching and learning, they struggled immensely. I'm quite familiar with the situation in the state of Orissa, which is a low-income state with large rural and remote areas. I have been working there supporting the higher education system over the last 5 years. And most of the students and universities and colleges in this state did not have good access to quality online material, nor to good infrastructure. And most of the students did not really receive any education, teaching and learning for more than a year. So the NEP, the National Education Policy, puts a lot of emphasis on technology-enabled education. But many institutes and universities still lack the infrastructure required for online education. However, the benefits of digital education cannot be leveraged unless the digital divide is eliminated through concerted effort, such as the Digital India campaign and the availability of affordable computing devices for students. It's therefore very important that the use of technology for online education adequately addresses the concerns of equity. It's also a fact that the COVID-19 crisis spurred an acceleration and deepening of digitalization in teaching and learning, in course design, instruction, assessment, etc. Higher education institutions are now increasingly investing in integrating education technology to enable both faculty and students to smooth run classroom processes through information and technology, communication technology enabled tools. There's still a lot to do to ensure that all students have internet access and devices, which in many cases will be a mobile phone. The NAP emphasizes the need for outstanding and enthusiastic institutional leaders that cultivate excellence and innovation. This is quite new, that there is a focus on institutional leadership in most higher education institutions in India, but this is really something which has taken up now. And the NAP is quite specific on the need for outstanding institutional leadership, and that it is important for success of an institution and of its faculty. So excellent faculty with high academic and service credential, as well as those who have demonstrated leadership and management skills, they are now handpicked more and more to be trained through a ladder of leadership positions in India. And also, India is very much working with a lot of other universities around the world, in particular leadership development. There is a very nice program launched by the Ministry of Education, which is called LEAP, which is working with institutions like Harvard, London School of Economics, the Singapore National Universities, and so on on leadership development of the best faculty in India. The new regulatory system envisioned in NEP will definitely seek to foster a culture of empowerment and autonomy of institutions to innovate, and gradually phasing out the system of affiliated colleges over a period of 15 years. This is a very important reform in India because many of the colleges in India are affiliated to a university, which means that they do not develop their own curriculum and they do not actually conduct the examination of its student. This is done by the affiliating university. And you can imagine the incentives for these colleges to develop when they don't have the possibility to develop curriculum and conduct the examination of their students by themselves. So over time, faculty will be given more freedom to design their own curriculum and pedagogical approaches within an approved framework. So that would include selecting textbooks and reading material, assignments and assessments. Empowering the faculty to conduct innovative teaching, research and service for the community as they see best will be a very key motivator and enabler for them to truly deliver quality and creativity in their work. So it's indeed very, very exciting times in higher education in India. NEP does provide an ambitious vision that most tertiary education stakeholders are agreeing on. The challenge is, and the jury is still out, how many and how fast these recommendations in NEP will be implemented to better build a higher education system for the greater good in India. And as I said, India is so big that it plays a key role in higher education globally. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kurt Larson, for sharing your thoughtful reflections and particularly drawing on your own experience of working in India, your reflections on the National Education Policy 2020. Those were very insightful comments, and particularly with regards to some of the aspects of reform in higher education that NEP is talking about. And as you have really said, the implementation is a real big challenge, as you understand yourself quite well, particularly for a huge country and diverse context, country context like India, with its all its linguistic, cultural diversity. But those are very insightful comments. Thank you so much for sharing those with us. We are now going to move to our next speaker from Morgan State University, which is a diamond sponsor for this conference, Professor Glenda Prime, who is the Dean of the School of Education and Urban Studies at Morgan State. Prior to this position, Dr. Prime served as a full professor at Morgan State and the chair of the Department of Advanced Studies, Leadership and Policy. During her tenure at Morgan, she served in numerous professorial and administrative capacities, including as an associate professor and coordinator of graduate programs in mathematics and science education, and as acting chair of the Department of Advanced Studies, Leadership and Policy. Her research and publication, particularly in science education and technology education, have received international recognition, leading to numerous invited presentations and keynotes addresses at scholarly venues in the UK and several other European countries. And welcome to you to India virtually, Dr. Prime. We really hoped that we would be able to physically welcome you to our campus, but maybe sometime in the future. We would now like to hear from you, Dr. Prime.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mukherjee, for your kind introduction. I have visited India in the past and presented at technology education conferences. My last visit was to Goa, which I enjoyed. So I would like to begin by congratulating the organizers of this conference for their foresight in putting together this international gathering with a compelling title that focuses our attention on the raison d'etre of higher education for the greater good. I also congratulate and thank the many presenters for sharing their work with all of us. This conference transcends geographic, political, religious, racial, and cultural divides. And for this reason, it is an extremely important gathering because this is our only hope of achieving the greater good. And that is through multinational collaboration as we think about our world and about how we prepare students to live in it. I'm going to crave your indulgence for just a moment because I have an international audience. I would like to offer a brief infomercial about Morgan State University, where I am privileged to serve as the Dean of the School of Education and Urban Studies. Morgan is one of just over 100 higher education institutions in the US that bear the designation of an historically Black college and university. These institutions, established just over 150 years ago, with the purpose of providing opportunity for African Americans who had been denied access to education by institutionalized racist structures and policies, have now become significant and indispensable contributors to the total higher education landscape in the United States, while remaining true to their mission of equity and social justice. Morgan State University is rapidly transforming itself into a top-rated research university, making a critical contribution to the growth of knowledge in the natural and social sciences and the humanities. The School of Education and Urban Studies offers doctoral degrees in 5 major fields of education, in addition to its teacher preparation programs. Like the rest of the university, the School of Education is seeking to prepare its students for the global stage. And I would welcome your inquiries at glenda.prime@morgan.edu. That's the end of the infomercial. I am very aware that I am sharing this session with scholars of national and international renown, whose experience and wisdom and knowledge I can only aspire to. So, in the interest of all who have persevered to this final session, I'm going to keep my remarks very brief. But I do want to share with you my own musings and personal concerns about the pursuit of higher education for the greater good. I think that the notion of what is good in higher education, and indeed in education at all levels, has to be intentionally interrogated. We cannot assume that when different people say greater good in education, they all mean the same thing. The current divisiveness over education at the K-12 levels in the United States is evidence of just that. Those at the front of the current contentions about the curriculum in the United States are acting from their perspective for the greater good. Yet large numbers of us would argue that their actions do not promote the greater good. It seems to me that in higher education, our pursuit of the good or the greater good has seemingly been guided by the answers that we give to largely what and how questions, which are the questions we are asking. What are the jobs of the future? What knowledge and skills do our students need in order to be ready to fill those jobs? What new programs will help to develop those knowledge and skills? And the answers that we give to these questions appear to be what is determining our notion of the good in higher education. This has led, in my view, to what I find to be a very worrying trend in higher education, that of a focus on job preparation, narrowly defined as the acquisition of knowledge and skills tailored for specific current or anticipated employment sectors. There are several problems with that approach. Firstly, the rapid pace of technological advancement makes it impossible for us to predict the jobs of the future. A few short decades ago, we could never have anticipated the technologies that currently define the workplace. The technologies we taught then have become obsolete, and new and unimagined ones now dominate the employment sector. The pace of technological advancement means that the sectors for which we are now preparing students will be radically changed or will not exist far into the future. Another worrisome aspect of this approach is that higher education never mimic the culture, the norms, the complex technologies, and the scale of the workplace, making us destined to do a poor job of workplace preparation, if we define it as narrowly as we seem to be doing. There is no doubt that preparation for work is a component of the greater good. But we need to rethink what that entails and reimagine what higher education should look like. For me, three areas of educational outcomes appear to be critical to workplace preparation. One, developing innovativeness. An innovativeness that has to be freed from the disciplinary boundaries, additional programs, and curriculum structures that we have worked within. Unconstrained and unhindered by traditional program structures and disciplinary boundaries. Secondly, strong critical thinking skills. And thirdly, intercultural competence that allows for collaboration across boundaries. The affordances of technology have the potential to be used in higher education as the means for achieving these goals. But that requires that we think of technologies as means and not ends in the preparation for life and work. I would like to suggest that rather than a focus on the what and how questions, we begin to think more deeply about the why and who questions. How might higher education be different if our focus was placed on why and who, as opposed to what and how? And if the answers we got to those questions were used to help us to define the greater good to which higher education could aspire. Questions like, why is higher education structured in the way that it is? And who benefits and who loses from its current structure? Answers to such questions might allow for a conceptual platform to emerge on which to develop different views of the greater good and different approaches to the transformations in higher education that are necessary to create a more just world. My perspective is that social justice and equity are at the heart of the greater good. These concepts have been echoed by previous speakers in this session, and that for me is reassuring that we are on the same page with regard to the future of higher education. It is these that these values, social justice and equity, that must inform our decisions about all aspects of higher education, including the programmatic, curricular, pedagogical, fiscal, and administrative aspects. Developing students who are committed to social justice, preparing them to understand the world and be committed to creating a socially just and equitable world, demands that culture and the humanities be made more central to the curriculum in higher education. It seems that currently technological advancement is what we are placing as central. And I would argue that what needs to be central in the curriculum are notions about culture and the humanities. Unless social justice and equity are seen as lying at the core of all of our notions of the greater good, the current structure of higher education, with its elitist approaches to access and success, and its growing focus on preparation for employment, will only serve to exacerbate the inequities that now exist. If we fail to appropriately define what is the greater good, and if we fail to ensure that everyone has a chance to pursue and achieve it in the social, economic, and environmental consequences will be dire. Therein lies the challenge of leadership and the demand for institutional resilience in higher education. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Glenda Prime, for your insightful thoughts, and particularly with regards to the need to look into the unmet needs of the marginalized within the higher education context, whether it is in the US or in different other parts of the world. Thank you for reiterating that. This is a theme that many of our speakers, including our keynote speaker, Professor Chomsky, has talked about over and over again in this conference, and we can't just talk about it. Collectively, we'll actually have to walk the walk. We have to do it. And let's hope that all the institutional leaders and academics who are part of this conference will actually collectively do it and make it happen. I'm now going to call upon the president of this conference, of not just the conference, but the Star Scholars Network, Uttam Gauli, and professor of Morgan State University, to share some concluding remarks, and thereafter also call upon Professor C. Rajkumar, who is the host of this conference from India and founding Vice Chancellor of OPJGU Global University, to also share his concluding remarks. But first, Uttam Gauli, Dr. Uttam Gauli, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Mukherjee, for your gracious emceeing of this program and actually leading the entire conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our valedictorian speakers. What a thought-provoking set of presentations. I'm thrilled and honored that the Dean of the School of Education, Dr. Glenda Prime from Morgan State University, Baltimore, preeminent urban university, shared her insights on why and who, as opposed to what and how. It is important for us to know who benefits if we really wish to achieve the greater good. I'm hearing President Pasquarella emphasize the importance of global collaboration and education for true democracy, an important theme that has been echoed in many of the presentations shared at this year's conference. I heard Dr. Michelle Whitehead reimagining global learning to better align diversity, inclusion, and equity. Why is it so difficult to educate people that diversity is necessary to achieve greater excellence? That's my question. I heard Professor Larson, his insights from the OECD and World Bank perspectives. These remarks are so timely as we see the expanding inequities even through this pandemic. One image that particularly caught my attention during the presentation of country directors' presentations, I think the other day, an image was shown of Dhaka, the capital city of Bangladesh, where you can see the slums on the one side of the river and the skyscrapers on the other. I've been struggling to try to find one word that would really sum up this entire conference, and I've been actually asking around. And one long-term Morgan State University professor helped me, Anita Pandey. She gave me a word. Here is the word. She gave me 3-syllable word. The word is wah re wah. So to our speakers, as we say in Hindi, Urdu, Nepali, and at least 450 other languages still widely spoken, they all understand what that means. Wah re wah. Thank you. So when you're hearing the powerful words of Noam Chomsky, Dr. Balaram Bhattrai, Kurt Larson, President Pasquarella, Don Michelle Whitehead, Glenda Prime, and such, you feel a little wiser. I feel I have grown up a little. Allow me to share a few observations here. We've been focusing on India. I see, and everybody knows, and you probably agree with me, India is the largest democracy on earth, but the greatest threat to democracy also lies within India. There is an inherent vulnerability in democracy who will be crafting manufactured truth to feed through social media. It will be difficult to protect democracy everywhere. That is my projection, okay? But if you allow me to share a real current fact, here it is. India is a treasure trove of leadership. People like C. Rajkumar have proven this. Exemplary examples for higher education. So what do you do from this treasure trove? You just need to pick up the gems out from the dust, polish them, and present to the world. I was pleased to hear that as we were kicking off our conference on Friday in India, actually it was still Thursday in the United States, and that very day, an Indian origin professor, Neeli Bendapuri, created history as the first woman and person of color to be named as the president of America's prestigious Pennsylvania State University. The educational institution announced that on Thursday. So even though we are at a critical juncture of higher education, how some leaders have navigated and responded to the challenges of technology, of cost, of mental and physical health that needs to be addressed in our communities is inspiring. I've enjoyed this conference, and I've been in some of the sessions and while have heard the kudos for many. The country directors session with Dr. Cruz, I hear our country directors from all the way from Bangladesh to Spain to Indonesia, how they're advancing the mission of Star Scholars Network across the globe. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. You are working hard across the globe, around the clock. Thank you. As we advance the mission of higher education, let's not forget some important questions. What are we doing to change the life of the poor people in our respective villages, towns, cities, haciendas, and communities? As Dr. Noam Chomsky reminded us on Friday, we have to lift the poor out of their continued decline from the highway robbery of corporations and create opportunities for all children and men and women. I have heard much appreciation about the Millennium Scholars Program led by Lisa Onanst, Dr. Lisa Onanst, and publication workshop by Dr. Bista. I missed that part, but that has been highly acclaimed. And many, many others. I was present actually briefly in the graduate student session led by Dr. Muhammad Sharif Uddin. I thank the 33 scholars who attended that graduate student session, which also assisted by some of our respected star advisors, such as Dr. Rosalind Rabi, and there was a presence of many scholars from AERA, including the GSC chair and the leadership team. I would like to congratulate the 4 students, actually scholars, who won the appreciation and recognition of independent observations of the judges. I was there to hear that Shuhia Brazil from Montana State University, Sarah Dominguez Liara from University of Vigo, Spain, Harriet Fox from George Washington University, and Brittany Davis from University of Miami won that appreciation from the independent judges during that session. So there have been a lot of inspiration flowing out. So my heart is shining as we end this global meeting of minds. I wish I could thank each of you by name, but please join me in thanking OP Jindal Global University, our gracious host this year. This is truly stellar conference. We hope you get to enjoy some of the cultural performance immersed throughout the conference. Thank you to the artists that took time to rehearse and share their amazing talents with us, especially Dr. Keith Wright and Dr. Nisha Nair. Thank you. I started my remarks today, on day 1 at the beginning of the conference with a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King, and I will end with the same. Dr. King said, "We must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools." Professor Chomsky said on Friday, "Collaboration is possible, but are we ready?" So, again, I urge us to prioritize collaboration, brotherhood, sisterhood, humanhood, globalism, and higher education. By the way, I'm happy to hear that this conference is already doing that. It has served as a rendezvous for many research collaborations. I was myself in one such meeting yesterday, which is advancing an MOU between Morgan State University and OP Jindal Global University. I would like to thank our sponsors, especially Morgan State University, the Association of American Colleges and Universities, the Advanced College of Engineering and Management in Kathmandu, the Gateway International, Midwestern University, World Council on Intercultural and Global Competence, and the Association of Indian Universities, of course. I would like to thank Nepal Open University for hosting 2020 STAR Conference last year. By the way, before I sign off, let me confess something. I work with some extraordinary, special individuals who work so hard all the time, I can't even imagine, and they do everything and they make sure that their president looks good. What can I do for those individuals? Shall I send them some nice Christmas gifts? Shall I buy them free tickets to Mauritius? Or I could do all of that, but nothing could really compensate for what they have really done. So I brought something special for you to recognize 3 individuals today. Let me see if I can find that. Professor Dr. Chris Glass. He serves as the Executive Vice President of Design and Strategic Innovation in STAR Scholars Network. He is a professor of practice in Department of Education Leadership and Higher Education at Boston College, where he heads the Executive Doctor of Education, EDD, in Higher Education program, and serves as an affiliated faculty member in the Center for International Education, CIHE. I thank you, Professor Chris Glass, for being who you are. I have two more individuals to recognize. Next is Dr. Mohseni Mukherjee. She serves as Vice President of Research and Partnership Development at Star Scholars Network currently. She served as the inaugural country director of India, and she is going out and she is mentoring the incoming country director, Dr. Charu Sharma. Dr. Mukherjee is an associate professor and also deputy director of the International Institute for Higher Education, Research and Capacity Building at OPJGU Global University. Last but not least, I would like to recognize Dr. Edward J. Balu. He now serves in the advisory board of the Star Scholars Network. He's also our inaugural Vice President of Executive Innovation and Workforce Development. He has served as the Superintendent and President Emeritus. He is the President Emeritus, Hartnell Community College, located in Salinas, California, where he served for 12 years. He's also President Emeritus of California Colleges for International Education, and is an American Council on Education Fellow and Fulbright Scholar. Great honor and pleasure to work with you, sir. Thank you very much. And by the way, as I was announcing these presidential medals of honor and excellence, just got a text from Santa Claus. Your Santa Claus is Dr. Krishna Vista. He said that he's already wrapping your Christmas gifts and booking the tickets to Mauritius. Thank you, Dr. Vista, and yay to everyone. Great job.
Thank you, Professor Gawley, and the surprise that you also gave towards the end with the Presidential Award. Thank you very much for all your support and your leadership guiding us. I'm now going to call upon the other leader I admire a lot, my immediate mentor, colleague, and leader here at OPJGU Global University, the founding Vice Chancellor, Professor C. Rajkumar, and Director of the International Institute of Higher Education Research and Capacity Building, without whose support and encouragement, I personally could not have taken courage to host and organize this conference on behalf of the Star Scholars Network. Professor Rajkumar has been an excellent leader for all of us here at the university. I have never heard him say no to any good idea presented by any of the faculty staff here at the university, and he's always there to support all of us. Over to you, Professor Rajkumar.
Thank you, Vashmi, and of course, congratulations for the award of the Presidential Medal, and most deserving to you and of course the other two awardees. Thank you, Professor Uttam Gawley, for your effort. What an extraordinary 3 days we've had. I'm very delighted to know that the conference concluded with 50 plus successful research presentations, 4 roundtable discussions, and 10 thematic forum discussions. There were more than 600 members from universities, NGOs, think tanks, research institutions, government sectors from 37 plus countries who participated in the conference. This includes many of India's neighboring countries, including Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, as well as participants from Brazil, Canada, Chile, China, Egypt, Gambia, Ghana, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Japan, Kenya, Lebanon, Malaysia, New Zealand, Norway, Philippines, Portugal, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Taiwan, Thailand, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, United States, and Vietnam. In fact, what it shows is the kind of collective consciousness that a conference of this magnitude can bring together among the academic and intellectual community for sharing our ideas and indeed our perspectives. The Professor A. Noam Chomsky Global Connections Award ceremony was the most shining sessions of all the other events that we had in the last few days. Congratulations once again to all the award winners for the Lifetime Achievement, Hans DeWitt for Achievement in Research, Catherine Gomes, and the emerging scholars Joseph Levitan, Ningya Tran, Anson Au, and our own JGU faculty Sean Stark. I also want to appreciate the presence of Professor Noam Chomsky, who really touched upon the most important part of democratization of education and our own commitment to ensuring a greater degree of inclusivity, including issues surrounding access to education. Now, last year, when I spoke virtually at the validity session of the 2020 START Global Conference hosted by Nepal Open University, I invited everybody to come to India for the 2021 START Global Conference. We were earnestly hoping that you will be able to see our beautiful campus and, of course, our beautiful country and have immersive cultural experience while participating in the conference. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we had to do all of this virtually. But our conference organizing team at the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building have worked hard to provide all of us with an enriching cultural and intellectual immersion experience through many programs, including digital visual arts exhibition and number of cultural performances that was webcast live to YouTube. Hope all of you enjoyed these sessions alongside the research presentations, roundtable discussions, and thematic forums. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all my colleagues from IIHED, including others who contributed to the conference from the university, and specifically my IT team who worked relentlessly. One of the things about the pandemic is that we have all began to work across multiple time zones, and the blurring of the weekday and the weekend is also something that we need to be concerned about. But I'm grateful to my IT staff to be able to be available at all times to ensure that everything goes perfectly well and we could successfully conduct this conference. I would like to thank the Star Scholars Network leadership for this opportunity to host the 2021 STAR Global Conference at OPJGU Global University in India. I am confident that the Star Scholars Network will further grow in the future, fostering human relationships to promote successful research collaboration and knowledge sharing. I wish all the best to the University of Mauritius, Vice Chancellor Professor Danjay Juri, for being selected as the host of the 2022 conference. Towards the end, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes, but your video got turned off. We could hear you all clearly, but your video was turned off for a while.
Just now? Oh, okay,
No,
I'm sorry.
Again, it got turned off.
Okay, all right.
Yes, now it's back.
I'm
Now
doing
it's
this with the
back.
iPad for the first time. All right,
Okay.
great. So I just want to end by saying that one of the remarkable things about various speeches that we heard during the last 3 days is that what ought to be the social responsibility for universities and educators, and how we can foster that social responsibility as not only as a part of our commitment, but also as a part of our pedagogy and approach to learning and indeed administration. I remember Dr. Gawley talking about the situation that prevails in many countries where a few people end up having more privileges to access education and a lot more not having that opportunity. This is indeed the case with India, but also I'm sure many other countries as well. So the question is, what ought to be the responsibility for us as part of the education community around the world? To what extent we can build capacities that can cater to the goals and aspirations of people who are otherwise in the margins, neglected, deprived, even at times discriminated and diminished in terms of their aspirations. I strongly believe that a conference of this kind and the collective consciousness it has the potential to develop together can indeed enable us to focus on some of these issues in our own day-to-day administration, but also our larger contribution to the world of education. Personally, I was very privileged to learn a lot during several of the deliberations of the conference. I sincerely hope that we will have many ways to collaborate, including with several of the universities that have been part of this conference. I am particularly delighted that OPJGU Global University and the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building got the opportunity to host this conference. I want to congratulate and thank the leadership and the staff and the administration and all members associated with the Star Scholars Network, and also our partner, the Association of Indian Universities. Thank you very much and take care.
Thank you, Professor Raj, for your concluding remarks and comments and sharing your thoughts also on the larger theme of the conference. I would now like to invite Professor Dhananjay Juri, who is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Mauritius and is going to be the host of the STAR 2022 conference next year. Hopefully, we can all physically visit Mauritius for the conference, and it's not going to be another disappointment like this year, but we can only hope for the best. Over to you, Professor Juri. We would like to hear from you what you have to say.
Thank you a lot, Dr. Mukherjee. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And well, it's an honor and real privilege to be with you and to have been selected by the STAR conferences to be the next host. I was just listening to Vice Chancellor Professor Raj Kumar, and he was saying that he took over from Nepal last year, and just listening to a few speakers in the previous session, I start shivering because you've put the bar so high, and I'm just wondering what Mauritius can do now. We were hoping that we would be, we'll be announcing a great conference in a great place, but now I feel very anxious. So my colleagues will have to work hard and hard, but it's for us a challenge. It's a real challenge, and we would like to take the challenge and come up with a great conference in Mauritius and a lot of very fruitful and lot of discussions and so on. But before I go into what we would like to offer to you next year, and hopefully, I sincerely hope that we can organize this conference face-to-face and not virtual. But if needs be, we will have to go, face-to-face for some and virtual for others, and blended is what we're doing all over the world. So we will have to do it. So let me start by thanking Dr. Goli. I still remember we were talking a week ago, and a week ago we were discussing deeply on what would be the theme that Mauritius would put forward. So we had discussed together, and it's not just something that we are coming up with. It's a discussion. It's a sharing of views. And I really like to thank Dr. Goli and also Dr. Bista, with whom my colleagues has been a lot in touch over the previous month, and to set this collaboration forward and to come and propose Mauritius as the next host. So before going into the details, let me share with you a few things about our country, Mauritius. You all know Mauritius is in the Indian Ocean, I hope. When I still remember when I talked to my US colleagues, they say, Mauritius, where is it? I say, Indian Ocean. They say, where's the Indian Ocean? Say, well, Indian Ocean is a big ocean, and we're in the south of the Indian Ocean. And they say, oh, we got it. That's Mauritania. We found it. It's in Africa. I say, no, it's not in Africa. It's in the middle of the Indian Ocean. I hope you'll all find Mauritius. If you head south of India and you go towards Africa, we're just in the middle of that Indian Ocean, east of Madagascar, some 1.5 hour flight from Madagascar, and 4 hours from the eastern coast of South Africa. We are right in the middle of the Indian Ocean, a small island of 2,400 square kilometers, typically a town in India, probably not as big as Mumbai, as Delhi, a small town in India. And we are a country with 1.26 million inhabitants. We're a country that got its independence, very young nation, got its independence in 1968. So we are 53 years independent. And we are geographically attached to the African continent, but we have huge ties with Big Brother India and also a lot of the Southeast Asian countries. And of course, we look a lot towards Europe, the US, and the Far East as well. So Mauritius is part of a lot of network. So we are a tiny nation, but part of the global network. You name it, and we are part of it. All the networks in Africa. We're part of the non-aligned movement. We are part of also, some other important networks, such as the Association of Commonwealth, and also, of course, as a university, we're part of, several networks in the world. So, concerning we're small islands, but one of the leading nations on the African continent. We are topping, in many areas on the African continent in terms of the GNI, the gross national income. Mauritius is out of the middle income trap, something like $13,000 GNI, and we also a country that is a lot looking towards innovation. So when we decided to go forward with this conference next year in 2022, December 7th, 8th December 2022, we thought that it should be something that goes beyond universities. And I was very happy to hear a few speakers in the previous session talking about going beyond academia, rethinking the role of academia. If you allow me, I would just like to share with you a few slides, just very quickly, on. I hope that the sharing will not be too difficult. You can probably see it, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So when we talk of universities, and you all have mentioned it, I haven't attended the 3-day sessions, but listening to what you have said gave me, kind of a picture of what you all are looking for. And in our universities, transformation, you will all agree, is a must. And when we talk of transformation, we're talking of the numerous challenges facing our universities. We're talking of disruption. We're talking of digital transformation accelerated during the COVID-19 pandemic. We're talking of university meeting with business. We're talking of socially engaged universities. I mean, you're putting a lot of emphasis. Dr. Goli stressed a lot on that. We're talking of transnational education. And here we are. The STAR conferences is right into that. We're talking of partnerships. We're talking of institutional change, open knowledge institutions, openness, all these are the very important challenges our universities are facing. So our thinking of organizing the next conference in Mauritius has been geared towards all these, ideas. And I just would like to flag to you what has been the vision of our university since 5 years now that I took over as Vice Chancellor of the University of Mauritius. We have, at the University of Mauritius, decided to take the university right from the center of the marketplace and drive it out of the center and put innovation in the center of what we do. We think that we do not exist because we are an institution, and we do not earn a living by just being an institution. We should earn a living by what we do, and what we do is what we contribute to the country, to the region, to the world, and this is through innovation and impact. So taking the university from the center, and as a chemist, I love, putting things that take me to my science. And this is a kind of a quadruple helix. It's not a double helix, it's not a triple helix. It's a quadruple one where the university exists by working with government, with industry, and with the community. So if we work closely together in partnerships, not in silos, I think we can impact through innovation. This is what we're doing at the university. And if I can summarize this into simple words, it's about the university not only creating the human capital and the intellectual capital through teaching and learning and through research and innovation, but also contributing to two other important dimensions, which are the business capital and the social capital. So working with the community, with the civil society, working with enterprise is extremely important. So, and when we talk about that, what's better than looking towards sustainability and towards the SDGs as giving us that kind of a framework to operate and to do transformation and to impact. So we think that innovation is important, but beyond innovation, there is sustainable innovation. So working sustainably, working in an innovative fashion are very important for universities, and we cannot do that just working alone. So this brings me, I will stop sharing these few slides and get back to this one, which is, here you are. And yeah, and this is the conference that we are proposing to you for next year in Mauritius. We have decided in discussing jointly with STAR conferences, we've decided on the theme of charting the way towards the knowledge economy and beyond. Well, behind the knowledge economy, we know that there is innovation. Innovation fuels the knowledge economy. And when we talk of innovation, we're talking of innovation in the sense that we are connecting the dots. Therefore, we're engaging with government, we're engaging with the private sector, we're engaging with the community. So what we're proposing is to reflect on how we engage with all these different partners, how we do that in a very sustainable manner. And we hope that next year, when we're going to talk about sustainable innovation, the knowledge economy, we will have, again, very interesting discussions with not only people from Mauritius, but also people from, from the international scene. And we also think that it is important in those conferences that we bring on board industry. So we're looking forward to bringing industry people, and we need government people as well. And we hope that at the end of the conference next year, we'll have kind of a roadmap for countries that are embarking on an innovation phase of the economy. Right at present, there is no country on the African continent that is deeply rooted into innovation or into the K economy. So we will, drive countries to us and reflect together. So this is what we are proposing to you next year. And that conference will be, of course, organized in Mauritius. We hope we can organize it in a beach resort if everything goes well and there is no pandemic. As I said, hopefully Omicron variant is a blessing in disguise, and it will replace Delta. And little by little, from what we're hearing from South Africa, it's not driving people towards the hospital. So we hope that by next year, the Omicron variant will take over and there will be no COVID. This is what we all hope to see next year. So we will be organizing this conference on 2 days, 7th, 8th December, at a beach resort, still in the process of finalization. And we invite the world over to come to Mauritius. Mauritius is often considered as a tourist resort, but we would like you not to see the tourist aspect of Mauritius, but to see Mauritius as a place where we can really brainstorm, where we can really reflect and advance knowledge and advance critical thinking, bring people together. This is what we're looking for. Of course, in your free time, you will have a chance, if you are at a beach resort, to go and admire the sunsets. That is what I hope you can do if you come to Mauritius next year. So we will, let me browse down. We, of course, will be organizing that conference with STAR and in collaboration with the MCCI, the Mauritius Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Economic Development Board of Mauritius. So these two important organizations will be joining us. As you know, MCCI groups the major companies in Mauritius, and the Economic Development Board is charting the way forward for innovation in our country. So we hope that these two organizations will add a lot of value to what we're doing. So we will have a number of session themes: quality education and research, so important for innovation to thrive. What are the regulatory measures and policies that we need to put in place? Should we copy from the US? Should we copy from Europe? Or should we copy from Japan? Or should we come up with our own strategy for the developing world? How do we invest in infrastructure? This is a huge difficulty we have in our countries. Funding organizations seldom now invest, put in money into investment in infrastructure. How do we enhance that tripartite relationship, academia, industry, government? How do we interact with the civil society through modern concepts like living labs and so on? How do we importantly finance that K economy and finance? How do we get finance to invest in climate change? We all know, some kind of tragedy that we had observed in Glasgow recently in COP26, with a lot of lobbying from nations. I won't mention them, but definitely we should reflect on that, and also importantly on the socioeconomic impacts of the K economy. Nobody should be left aside. So we're inviting all of you and putting a call for papers. So all of you who've been at the OPJGU Global University Conference should make it a point to be present in Mauritius, and we are putting a registration fee which is not very high, compared to big conferences, which is as low as $150. So very, very affordable, not only for the established researchers, but also for the students. And we have a student fee of $100, and we have all the deadlines that are set. This will go live just after the conference, and we'll share all that with you. And we hope that we can welcome you in Mauritius and have a great conference. I should mention to you that the local organizing committee at the University of Mauritius, the one who's been going crazy into putting all this here, is Professor Bhupen Sitana, and he's got an incredible team. I can see that Dr. Virayan Tiruvengadam is also participating in this session. So we have a great team that will do its best to welcome you and to have an incredible conference. We hope that we can beat we can go beyond the level that has been set by OPJGU. And so I see VC Rajkumar smiling. By listening to you, you have invigorated me, and we will work together with our team. So with these words, let me thank you all, and look forward to seeing you in Mauritius December next. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Jury, for sharing the news about the conference host as the conference host next year. But before we move further, I think our current host, Professor Rajkumar, would like to make a few more comments. Over to you, Professor Rajkumar.
Thank you, Mosmi. Can we remove the...
Yes.
Yeah.
Professor Jury, could we... Yeah, stop.
All right, well, I'll keep it very short, Professor Jury. It's such a pleasure to hear you. For all our friends around the world, to explain Mauritius, you can do it in a much simpler version. You can say it is the Hawaii of the African subcontinent. So they will understand Hawaii, and it's no less than Hawaii. And so that's the reason why they should come to Mauritius. On something more substantive, I have one suggestion, and I know that this must have, and I think I will share that with Dr. Gowli too. You have used the word knowledge economy, and I would recommend and place it before your consideration to call it knowledge society instead of knowledge economy. The longer explanation, I can give it to you some other day, but the shorter explanation is that the word economy limits the imagination of creating knowledge to economic factors alone. But when you use the word knowledge society, it includes economy and many other factors, including social, political, psychological, anthropological, and many other factors that affect, impact, contribute, and the development of that society. So I would suggest you may consider that idea. But other than that, it's a fascinating theme, and we all look forward to being part of that, the next Star Scholars Conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rajkumar. I would also like to reiterate, Professor Jury, what Professor Kumar has just raised. This matter was actually also raised yesterday during the business meeting for the conference next year. Thank you so much, and we are all here to support you, and any kind of advice, technical assistance, or whatever we have learned through the conference experience this year, we are here to just reach out to us. We are here to provide all the support that you will need for next year. So we are here to extend. Don't think you're alone hosting the conference. We are all beside you and with you. I would now like to call Professor Chris Glass, Executive Vice President of Design and Strategic Innovations, Star Scholars Network, and Professor of Practice, Department of Education, Leadership and Higher Education, Boston College, to deliver a formal vote of thanks to everybody. on behalf of the Star Scholars Network, and thereafter, Dr. Mercy Deborah, Additional Registrar, OP Jindal Global University, to deliver a formal vote of thanks from the host university. But first, Professor Glass.
Thank you so much. It's my opportunity to share the names of all the wonderful people who have put together this conference. And first, I'd like to thank Ravi Hamagan, who's the Associate Deputy Provost of International Programs, who introduced us to Professor Jury. And we're very glad to be able to host next year's conference in Mauritius. And we appreciate Dr. Hamagan with that. The Star Scholars is a networked organization. We're a new kind of organization. We're a global grassroots movement of scholars that are working across borders. In a network, no one's at the top and no one's at the bottom. A network is a network because we are connected. And truly, our vote of thanks is to each and every one of you who've attended the conference, who've participated in the conference, who every day of this year have been a part of our network. You are the reason that we are the organization we are. You're the reason this conference is what it is today. So thank you for being a part of our network. And we're proud that our network spans 15,000 scholars, students across the globe. But it's also due to the hard work that happens day in and day out. The vision of people like Dr. Lisa Unanks, who's the director of our Millennium Scholars Program, the first program of its kind that connects scholars across generations, across borders to create new kinds of scholarship, a mentoring program that's transforming academia. Dr. Natalie Cruz, our Director of Cross-Border Initiatives, and all of our country directors who are creating local STAR chapters and doing innovative work that advance upward academic and social mobility for scholars and people and communities and societies in those regions. The vision of Dr. Mohammed Sharif Udin, who's the Director of our Graduate Student Outreach and Support, who'll be starting STAR chapters at universities across the globe in the coming year through his vision. We're thankful for our conference host, Dr. Tatiana Bosova, Dr. Nashir Nair, Dr. Deepak Maan, as well as our organizing committee. A name you may not have heard much, but who's chaired our 2021 Global Conference Organizing Committee is Raju Kajuri. He has been absolutely fantastic in communicating, updating, creating links, organizing a large team that includes Purna, Sandal, Tenzin, Amar, Basundwari, Gari, Sayani, Yasavi, and Vashali, who've been important members of the organizing team. Dr. Tony Ogden, who's the chair of our A. Noam Chomsky Global Connections Award Committee, and all of the committee members. Dr. Keith Wright, who's our Director of Cultural Affairs, as well as Ashita Jain, who's a part of the virtual arts exhibition and our coordinator. Of course, we're very thankful to Professor Chomsky and all of our keynote speakers who spoke, as well as President Uttamgali, Dr. Krishna Bista, and especially our hosts at OP Jindal Global University, Dr. Raj Kumar, Dr. Mashum Mukherjee, who has been a fellow and country director here at the Star Scholars Network, and we're very pleased that she will be joining us as the incoming Vice President for Research and Partnership Development for the Star Scholars Network. It's a common saying among grassroots movements of something like this, that we are the ones that we have been waiting for. We are the ones that we have been waiting for. I listed a long list of names, but really this list of names is just the tip of the iceberg. It will take all of us. And with the sobering words of President Pascarella, Dr. Whitehead, Mr. Larson, and Dr. Prime today, the phrase, "we are the ones we have been waiting for," is a powerful reminder. It's a self-indictment as well as a self-congratulations, that together we are the one that can make the kinds of change that we envision in the world, but also that we are the ones who are responsible for making that change, to create a different reality, to envision a different future, to be a different kind of organization, and to create a more just, equitable, and inclusive world, as Dr. Whitehead so eloquently outlined in her keynote, as well as President Pascarella, Mr. Larson, and Dr. Prime, and their vision for education across the world. We're thankful for these wonderful keynote speakers, these valedictory speakers. We're thankful for all the organizers who put together this conference. And together we will do this, and we will continue to do our work. And thank you for joining us and being a part of this network, not just at this conference, but day in and day out, being connected to everyone in this network. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Chris Glass, for your vote of thanks. I would now like to invite my colleague here at OPJGU Global University, Professor Mercy Deborah, who is also additional registrar at the university, to deliver a vote of thanks from us to all of you.
Thank you, Professor Mukherjee. It is indeed an honor to thank all our institutional partners, panelists, and participants for your contributions to this conference, which is hosted by OPJGU Global University in collaboration with the Association of Indian Universities. We have indeed come to the close of this STAR 2021 Global Conference, and it has indeed been a very productive experience, including some of the interesting reflections that came about at this valedictory session. And we have indeed had much needed conversations on a range of issues that are pressing our educational institutions and which affect the stakeholders in our educational systems. And while the deliberations of this conference will continue to resonate with us long after this conference, but it is also time to thank so many of you who have put this conference together. So to begin with, I'd like to thank our leaders at the Star Scholars Network, particularly President Uttam Goli, Vice Presidents Dr. Chris Glass and Dr. Krishna Bista, Director of the Cross-Border Initiatives, Dr. Natalie Cruz, the H. Noam Chomsky Global Connections Awards Chair, Dr. Anthony Ogden, Conference Chair Emeritus, Dr. Edward Valu, Director of the Cultural Affairs, Dr. Keith Wright. And here at OPJGU Global University, we would, of course, like to extend our gratitude to our Chancellor, Shri Naveen Jindal, for his unceasing support to various initiatives undertaken by the university. But also, I would like to thank Professor Rajkumar, our founding Vice Chancellor of OPJGU Global University, who is also the Director of the International Institute for Higher Educational Research and Capacity Building, who has been very deeply committed to changing the education landscape in India and encourages us to engage in these kind of multinational collaborations, such as this conference, where we can learn and share our experience from our experiences from our educational systems and reimagine how we can truly make our higher education for greater good. So thank you, Professor Raj, for your support. I'd also like to thank all members of the staff at the Office of the Vice Chancellor who have given their support in coordinating various facets of this conference. It would be certainly unpardonable not to congratulate and thank our faculty at the IIHED at OPJGU Global University for organizing this conference, particularly Dr. Moshini Mukherjee, the Deputy Director of the IIHED and also the Country Director of the Star Scholars Network, for conceptualizing this conference and for steering us through these range of sessions along with our colleagues at IIHED, particularly Dr. Deepak Mon, Dr. Nisha Nair, Dr. Tashiana Balusova. And it has been indeed a commendable effort, and the results of your efforts have certainly been borne out at this conference, particularly over the past 3 days. We are also grateful to some of our deans at JGU for the support and participation in some of the sessions, particularly Professor Indranath Gupta, the Dean of Research, the Dean of our School of Government and Public Policy, Professor Sudarshan, the Dean of the Art and Architecture School, Professor Thomas Michael, the Dean of the Psychology and Counseling School, Professor Darren Lindquist, and of course, the Dean of the International Affairs and Global Initiatives Department, Dr. Mohan Kumar. Also, it will be inexcusable if I didn't acknowledge some of our doctoral fellows and research fellows at JGU who've been putting an unceasing effort over the past few months in putting together this conference. I'd particularly like to thank Raju Karjiji, Sandal Agarwal, Prerna Sharma, Ishita Jain, Vaishali Sharma, Bhuvneshwari, Gauri Khanna, Urvashi Sharma, Tenzin Dolma, Tenzin Nabang, Sayani Chatterjee, Amar Ali. Thank you so much for your unceasing efforts in coordinating various facets of this conference. And of course, I'd also like to acknowledge our communications team led by Ms. Anju Mohan, and especially thank our graphic designer, Anil Kumar. Lastly, I'd also like to thank the JGU IT team, particularly it's our head of the IT team, Karan Kumar, and his team consisting of Vidyut Kumar, Shubham Duvedi, Vishnu Gupta, Ajay Gupta, and Ajay Kumar for ensuring all our sessions were conducted smoothly and with very few technical glitches as possible. And my sincere apologies if I may have inadvertently failed to acknowledge anyone who has contributed to this, to organizing this conference, but we really want to wish to extend our deepest appreciation for your efforts in putting together this conference. So with this, we come to an end of this 3-day STAR 2021 Global Conference. And on behalf of OP Jindal Global University, thank you for joining us and enriching this conference with your participation. We wish you well, and we look forward to seeing you all soon in some good season, and hopefully look forward to hosting you at our campus whenever we organize such conferences. So till then, goodbye and namaste from all of us, and over to Mauritius.
Thank you. Thank you to Mercy, and goodbye and namaste to everyone.
Namaste.